Chapter 300. More than 10 people who had been infected with the zebra virus were lying in the 50 square meter basement. However, compared to the others, these people were seriously ill and could no longer move freely. The muscles on their bodies had clearly become soft and hard along with the stripes. From their eyes, one could tell what was going on in their minds. Some people's eyes were deathly still as they quietly accepted these useless and barely buffered medical treatments. Some people were filled with unwillingness, resentment, and sorrow. Some people seemed to have thought things through and seemed to be at peace. Their eyes were filled with a look of reminiscence. The former were mostly young people, while the latter were mostly old people. Age brought about different reactions to life-threatening situations. Other than those lying on the simple beds, there were some people who could still move. These people helped clean the patients and change the medication. However, the basement that was originally filled with despair and sorrow changed with the arrival of Hui Mao and Silin. This was the first living animal they had seen in a long time. Many people paid attention to Hui Mao, who was walking around and jumping up and down. The long period of gloom and silence was revived by the jumping of this cat. It was like a ray of sunlight in the darkness. After staying in the darkness for a long time, it was hard to accept this warm light. A woman was sitting in a corner with a 2-year-old child in her arms. The child, who had been sleepy and listless, reached out to Hui Mao happily when he saw Hui Mao. "Mommy, look, it's a kitten that can move." The woman's eyes reddened. She touched the child's hair, which had changed color. Feeling the different texture of the hair in her hands, she said in a low voice, "Yes, it's a kitten that can move." Due to the disaster brought about by the virus, they had forgotten how long it had been since they had seen such a lively and energetic life. Their memories were filled with striped shadows, and under the background of gunfire and smoke, there were wreckages everywhere. There were humans, animals, and even buildings. All of them were gray with stripes. Hui Mao walked around Silin's bed. Silin's body was bleeding profusely. Even though the wound wasn't big and there wasn't much blood loss, he would still die from blood loss if the bleeding continued. Seeing Hui Mao pacing around the bed, the woman sighed. "I don't know why, but the equipment is limited, so I can't do more tests." Hearing this, Hui Mao's ears drooped. The woman didn't dare to look him in the eye. She felt guilty. Hui Mao jumped onto the bed and squatted beside Silin's arm. It checked Silin's physical condition again. It was even messy, eh? What to do? He raised his paw and patted Silin, but there was no response. He patted again and again. Seeing Hui Mao like this, the people around him became even more silent. They had seen many people lying down and never waking up again. Every time they saw such an example, they would wonder how long it would take for them to become like the person lying on the bed. Right now, Silin couldn't give Wuxia a response. He had gathered all of his power to fight against the unknown substance, and he couldn't even spare any energy to repair his wounds. Many of the components in his body fluids were no longer what they used to be, and this messy state was caused by the battle between the two entities. Silin thought that he was trying to use the biochip embedded in his chromosomes to fight against the many new zebra viruses brought by the unknown substance. In the end, he realized that he would be the one who would be exhausted the most if he continued to do so. The possibility of driving the unknown substance out of his body was slim. The virus that had entered his body was unusually active because of the appearance of the unknown substance. The two colored stripes on the surface of Silin's body had gradually deepened, and the boundary between the two colors was quite obvious. This meant that the zebra virus in Silin's body was abnormally active. The stable state of his body was on the verge of collapse. Once it did, Silin didn't know if there was any possibility of recovery. But now, the biochip was gradually unable to hold on. If he used this substance to fully activate the biochip, would he have a higher chance of success? No. According to the analysis of the information obtained from the equipment in Ori Hansen's underground laboratory, when the biochip was fully activated, there was a more than 50% chance that the body would be unable to completely integrate with the biochip, resulting in excessive rejection and eventual death. Then, what about the other method? Although it was risky, the success rate was slightly higher than the former. Silin changed his strategy. He no longer forcefully rejected the unknown substance. The biochip that was gradually becoming unstable also gradually calmed down. However, after this period of calmness, Silin suddenly controlled the biochip to break down the unknown substance. Hui Mao's ears twitched. He opened his eyes and looked at Silin. The energy in Silin's body began to appear again, but it was slightly different from before. It seemed that due to excessive energy consumption, Silin's entire body had become a size thinner. His skin wrinkled because of this change, but the wrinkles quickly smoothed out. The epidermal cells began to die, and his skin peeled off piece by piece before turning into powder. What was going on? Hui Mao stared intently at Silin, watching this series of changes that he had never seen before. However, to Hui Mao's relief, the boundary between the two colors of the stripes on Silin's body began to blur. Hui Mao secretly looked around. The lights in the room were dimmer, and most of them were asleep, including the two women. No one paid attention to the situation here, and the people next to them were also asleep. The equipment beside them had flickered a few times, but it did not attract anyone's attention. Perhaps everyone thought that these equipment were the aftereffects of the previous chaos. Hui Mao looked at Silin again. He raised his claws and lifted Silin's sleeve. The stripes on his arm were the same. Although the blood from the wound had not coagulated, it was no longer flowing. Half an hour later, Hui Mao blew away the layer of ash on the surface of Silin's body due to the death of a large number of cells. The chaotic state in Silin's body had calmed down, but the originally blurry black and white stripes now appeared again, and the boundary between the two stripes was still so clear. What's going on? Hui Mao listened carefully to Silin's heartbeat and relaxed a little. He continued to lie on the ground and keep watch. Another hour passed. The sky outside was starting to brighten, but the basement was still quiet. Silin opened his eyes and turned his head to see a pair of cat eyes staring at him. He moved his fingers a little uncontrollably, but he recovered very quickly. He raised a hand and pinched Hui Mao's ear, communicating with a machine language that only the two of them knew and no one else could hear. "Where are we?" Silin asked. Hui Mao told him what had happened earlier and hurriedly asked about Silin's current condition. He also asked if he should contact Guanfeng and have them send someone over. Silin shook his head. After relaxing his muscles, he propped himself up on the makeshift bed and sat up. With his eyesight, he could see the place very clearly. A few people who hadn't fallen asleep vaguely saw that Silin didn't react at all when he sat up. In their minds, even if an infected person could sit up right now, he would die very soon. It wasn't surprising at all. Not far away, Silin saw the dog lying on a small operating table. The dog's gunshot wound had been treated, but it could only lie there. Even breathing was difficult for it. There was a glass of water on the cabinet next to him. Silin poured himself a glass of water and drank it. Then, he found a bag of compressed biscuits. Although the workmanship was rough, it could still save him a little. In order to get rid of the unknown substance, Silin felt like he had lost a month's worth of weight in a short period of time. Originally, Silin had planned to treat the unknown substance gently, decompose it step by step, and then eliminate it. Who knew that he would seize an opportunity in the end? After the unknown substance was decomposed, it became a balancing force that stabilized the chip and embedded itself into the biochip on the DNA chromosome, causing the chip to change. What made Silin happy was that during this embedding process, the chip was completely activated. Under the effect of the decomposed, unknown substance, it was unusually peaceful. In other words, Silin had absorbed the substance that produced the zebra virus for his own use. It was exactly because of this that Silin was able to better understand this new virus. Most of the time, naturally formed life forms were much stronger than artificially modified ones. The same was true for viruses. In fact, the most dangerous viruses weren't the viruses in the secret research institutes, but the unknown viruses that hadn't been discovered yet. This virus was definitely not artificially created. It was a new life form, a new virus. It didn't appear in the form of DNA or protein like other known viruses, but in the form of this unknown substance. The unknown substance that entered Silin's body allowed the zebra virus to appear. Now, without this substance, the zebra virus would no longer appear. As for the so-called mutants, Cylin could analyze the interaction between the chip in his body and the unknown substance to find the best solution. Taking advantage of this time, Cylin looked at the contents recorded by the scanning machine in the underground laboratory where the substance was discovered. The whole story of the discovery of the substance and the origin of the zebra virus were recorded. He was a depressed researcher. He had only accidentally discovered the material that fell from the meteorite and brought it into the laboratory. However, it didn't take long for him to discover that he was infected with the virus. After discovering it, the person didn't immediately report it. Instead, he set up a trap with a hateful thought. The people who died on the planet discovered by the patrol team were the victims. Through the records, Cylin knew that the researcher contacted 7 people. In other words, in addition to the 5 people who had been discovered, there were 2 more people. These 7 people were the carriers that spread the virus from one planet to another. This was a revenge incident. "Hey, you're awake?" The woman who brought Cylin over said. Cylin put away the scanner without a trace and smiled. "Thank you for bringing me in. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank your cat. We really couldn't help much." The woman looked at Cylin and found that the small wounds had healed, and even the marks had faded. However, she didn't ask directly. She had seen many people with special physiques. Cylin walked a few steps and stretched. If it weren't for the stripes on his face, people would think that he was a normal person who hadn't been infected with the zebra virus. "Anyway, thank you for bringing me here." The woman smiled bitterly. "This is all I can do. I know that everyone is going to die, but I still want to do something out of habit. Come, I'll take you to eat some hot food." There was a small compartment in the basement that was used to store hot food. Here, the woman scooped a bowl of porridge for Cylin. This was the only simple food in the basement. Cylin drank a large bowl. Although it wasn't much, he still felt hungry. However, he realized that there wasn't much food in the basement, so he didn't ask the woman to make more after he ate some. It was already dawn outside, but no one dared to go out. They were afraid that they would be beaten into a sieve. Huimao was also very hungry, but it was picky and didn't eat this kind of porridge. Cylin pinched its ears and told it that he would make food for it after they went out. While they were resting in the cubicle, Celine chatted with the woman for a bit. He learned that the woman was a doctor, and the school she went to was not a good one. Her family's financial situation was limited, and she did not have any particularly outstanding talents. She had always been unknown. However, it was precisely this ordinary and inconspicuous doctor who still carried the word medical ethics in such a difficult situation. What about those so-called celebrities in the industry? This disaster had taken away many people, including her family. Now, only she and her cousin, the little girl that Huimao pretended to be pitiful, were left. "It will be fine. There will be a turn for the better soon," Cylin said. The woman just smiled and didn't answer. They had been looking forward to the so-called turn for the better for too long, but the final result was always disappointing. Now, she was numb with disappointment. She only relied on the remaining medical ethics to support herself. She didn't give up. She was motivated to keep those people alive for one more second. Of course, she wasn't stupid. She had her own standards. There were some people she didn't dare to bring in. She didn't trust them. If this place was exposed, everyone here would die. After talking for a while, Cylin took out a tube of medicine. It was a broad-spectrum medicine that he had made in the past. Although it couldn't completely cure the symptoms of the zebra virus, it could play a role in alleviating it. "Try this medicine. There's hope if you can delay it for one more second." The woman took the medicine and thanked him. She didn't doubt the medicine. After all, at a time like this, it didn't matter what medicine it was. She would give it a try if she could. When the woman heard that Cylin wanted to go out, she gave Cylin a gun. Cylin refused. The gun would be more useful in their hands. After Cylin promised not to tell the rioters about this place, the woman opened the basement door for Cylin and let Cylin out. It was still gray outside, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell. There were some people sitting on the rubble with guns. They were the kind of people who chose to go crazy in their despair. Cylin and Huimao didn't choose to clash with them. Now wasn't the time. Their top priority right now was to contact Guanfeng. After leaving the city and arriving at a remote place, Sillin took out his communicator and contacted Guanfeng. It didn't take long for the communicator to connect. Guanfeng stared at Sillin's black and white face through the holographic image on the communicator screen. He opened his mouth a few times, but couldn't utter a single word for a very long time. While Guanfeng was silent, Sillin told him his idea. He wanted to research the zebra virus medicine here, and he asked Guanfeng to send a robot to deliver the medicine synthesizer. Guanfeng refused. Some robots have already arrived at the planet, but they couldn't find you. Since you've come out now, I'll have them send you off the planet. I won't object to your research. The starship I sent out should have arrived outside the planet by now, and there are relevant equipment on it. You can research there, but you can't stay on the planet. Sillin understood Guanfeng's meaning. A heavily infected planet like this could be abandoned at any time. If the higher-ups gave the order, Sillin would be able to avoid them easily if he stayed on the starship. Sillin didn't turn down Guanfeng's offer. He needed to hurry up and try to synthesize the medicine. Robots appeared around Sillin before Sillin could finish talking to Guanfeng. They had received the signal and rushed over. A hidden space plane was already flying over. After turning off the communicator, Sillin and Hui Mao went up to the starship. There was indeed a starship waiting outside the planet, but it wasn't Guanfeng's. It looked like Black Viper's starship. There was no way Guanfeng's starship would have such a complete set of medicine synthesizer equipment. Without contacting anyone else, Sillin went straight into the medicine workshop and started trying to synthesize the virus medicine. Hui Mao crouched on a nearby shelf and asked Sillin during a break, "You look pretty good right now. If it wasn't for that zebra stripe on your face, I wouldn't have thought that you're an infected person at all." Sillin moved his gaze away from the molecular synthesizer and smiled. You can't judge a book by its cover. Under Hui Mao's wide, round eyes, the black and white zebra stripes on Sillin's body started fading until they disappeared completely. Then, they reappeared and returned to their original black and white appearance. Hui Mao raised a paw in indignation. Why, you're lying again. It can't be helped. At first, I became like that because of the infection, but after I woke up, I was no longer like that. Besides, if others find out about this, do you want me to be dragged into research by the Royal Academy of Sciences or the bigots of Black Viper? Hui Mao shook his head violently. Who would be willing to do something like that? In the past, it was afraid of being dragged into research, but now Sillin was in the same situation as well. Very good. I have a companion. So you're saying that you're completely fine now? Hui Mao wagged his tail happily. You could say that. That's good then. You should get back to work. I'm going to sleep now that I'm full. Go to sleep. Sillin rubbed Hui Mao's head. It must have been hard on the glutton this time. Now that he finally had a chance to relax, he decided to let it have a good sleep. Half a day later, Sillin chose 3 different medicines from the dozen or so he tested them on infected animals. All of them were fairly effective. He chose the quickest medicine and had the robot take it to some of the heavily infected animals on the planet. If it worked, then it would be a success. After the robot left with the medicine, Sillin had just sat down when his communicator rang. It wasn't Guanfeng this time, but a dispirited bell. Chapter 301. I've finally gotten in touch with you. How did you end up like this? Bell had dark circles under his eyes. He looked lethargic, probably because he'd been crying. His eyes were swollen, and his beard was unkempt. But when he saw the stripes on Sillin's face, he fell silent before he could finish. It's fine, don't worry about me. Just tell me what you need, Sillin said. Although Bell, the prince of the Firehawk royal family, could be quite unreliable at times, he had never been this dejected before. I'm fine. Sillin, how did you get the zebra virus too? Where are you right now? Are you receiving treatment? I'm in the 11th star region. Bell was speechless. That was a heavily infected star region, one that could be completely abandoned. A moment of silence later, Bell asked, "Did you talk about the zebra virus at Cousin Gaga's wedding?" It was obvious that Bell already knew the symptoms of the virus. He asked, "Are there infected people outside the 11th star region as well?" "Yes, Bell rubbed his forehead. The dark circles under his eyes were particularly obvious. Bell explained the situation. His mother had been feeling unwell on her way back from a visit, and zebra stripes had started appearing on her skin. Over 80% of the people she'd brought with her were affected. The rest were being tested for the incubation period, and those that couldn't be released were kept in quarantine. The Fire Eagle Queen had only gone out to visit her family because she was bored. The Fire Eagle King, Bell, and the others hadn't been allowed to go with her. After receiving the news from the steward, the Fire Eagle royal family panicked, the Royal Academy of Sciences panicked, and the news began to leak out of the Empire. Everyone began to reject anyone from the 11th star region. At the same time, everyone felt insecure. No matter what the government said, they didn't believe it. There were rumors that the disease was incurable, and those who were unfortunate enough to contract it could only wait for death. "How's her mother doing?" Sillin asked. Bell shook his head. "It's not good. She's in the isolation ward right now, and we can't get in touch with her at all. We can only communicate with her through communicators and video feeds. But if we talk to her for too long, she'll show signs of fatigue." Bell sighed. The Royal Academy of Sciences potions can only serve as a buffer. They say they can solve the problem if they can find the source of the zebra virus, but they're using all the resources of the Firehawk royal family to search for the source of the zebra virus. The two armies of the Empire are also searching for it, but they haven't made any progress yet. "Sillin, Bell hesitated for a moment. After all, Sillin was also infected. He couldn't be too negative in front of a patient. "It's okay. Just ask me if you have any questions," Sillin said. Bell took a deep breath when he saw that Sillin really didn't seem to care about the current situation. "The main reason I'm contacting you is to ask about the actual situation of this virus. You're more knowledgeable in this field than I am, and I don't believe the words of those people. Tell me, is there really no other way?" "I need time." Sillin didn't tell Bell about his research. He hadn't gotten the final result yet, so he couldn't promise too much before he could confirm it. "Time." Bell covered his face with a grimace. "I know we need time, but it's uncomfortable here. It's really uncomfortable." Bell tapped his chest heavily on his chest. Bell used to be a man who never left his room, but now he spent almost all of his time outside the quarantine room. "She'll recover soon. It shouldn't take too long. Now, use any medicine that can act as a buffer to buy some time for your mother to hold on. Don't give up on herself. If she gives up on herself, even if the medicine is made, I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous." "It's really not long? It won't take long?" Bell's eyes were red, as if he had grabbed onto his last lifeline. In fact, he thought that Sillin was just comforting himself. "It's the truth. Don't tell anyone about me yet, especially the Jen family. Just wait for the news. There should be a solution very soon." After a pause, Sillin said, "I promise." Sillin adjusted the angle of the communicator and pointed it at Huimao, who was curled into a ball and snoring away. "Look, this cat is sleeping pretty soundly. Does it look like it's worried?" "Not at all." Bell was truly envious of Huimao's ability to sleep so soundly. He didn't even dare to close his eyes. If he did, he'd feel like he'd never see the people he was familiar with again. He forced himself to look at them as best he could. "Sillin, does Teacher 1 know about your situation? If you need protection, don't hesitate. I'll be able to help." "Thanks, but it's fine. I just talked to him, so don't worry about me being stubborn. Take care of yourself. If things get really bad, contact us more often." "Don't worry, everything will be fine." "Really?" After ending the call with Bell, Sillin closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. The source of the Fire Eagle consort's zebra virus infection should be the two people who escaped. These two people were active carriers of the virus, spreading the virus, and then the infected people continued to spread it, spreading it more widely and infecting more people. Sillin had already sent the information about the two people to Guanfeng. Guanfeng had already arranged for his men to capture the two virus carriers and take control of the areas they had been to. Of course, that was if they were still alive. Sillin also gave some information about the zebra virus to Guanfeng. He was in charge of leaking the information to Black Viper and the RAS. It would be a good thing if they could find a better way to cure the zebra virus. However, Although Celine had listed a lot of information about the zebra virus pathogen, he did not mention the unknown substance that he had absorbed into his body. Just like the chip in his body, it was a secret he had to keep. If it weren't for this discovery, there probably wouldn't be a viable cure for the zebra virus in the short term. Even if an effective medicine could be made in the end, it would cost the lives of countless people and the destruction of many planets. The robot who brought the drug to the planet to search for seriously ill patients to conduct drug experiments finally sent back a message. Looking at the data and the patient's reaction after being injected with the drug, Celine combined the data and modified the original drug so that it would be more effective on the human body. There were more than 50 people who were injected with the first-generation medicine. They were all severely infected and immobile, and many of them were on the verge of death. 41 people showed signs of improvement after the injection. 6 out of the remaining 9 were more resistant to the medicine because of their constitution, so the medicine wasn't very effective. He would have to wait and see. The remaining 3 people died not long after the injection. It wasn't because the medicine didn't work, but because they were all physically weak. For example, the elderly or those who had been in a suboptimal state all year round. Their bodies were too fragile, and they were already critically ill. They passed away before the medicine could save them. It was good that it was effective. The modified medicine would be injected into the people on the planet in large batches, but the process would take some time. In order to save as many critically ill people as possible, Celine sent the molecular formula and other information of the first-generation medicine to Guangfeng to save the severely infected beyond the 11th star region. It was only limited to the severely infected people. Celine still needed to make some improvements to the medicine, and they would receive better and safer medicine in the end. After Guangfeng received the information about Celine's medicine, he found a person he was on good terms with from the RAS to synthesize the medicine. Although this person wasn't a high-ranking executive, his academic attainment was no less than theirs. He had the right to compete for the position, but he wanted to spend more time on his own research. This was the difference between him and the people who were still sitting in the meeting room. The information on the synthesis of the potion was quickly transmitted to the various people in charge. Now, there were voices of protest and distrust everywhere in the empire. It was filled with anger, despair, and curses. After the people in charge of the various places injected the first-generation potion into those who were in critical condition, a large number of them survived. The stripes on their bodies also showed obvious signs of fading, and their vital signs gradually became stronger. The people who were panicking because of the zebra virus finally calmed down a lot, but the panic caused by the virus hadn't dissipated yet. They still wanted nothing more than to find a safe shell to hide themselves in. Right now, Guanfeng's fame in the affiliated schools was even greater than the other executives. It was because Guangfeng had already received the first-generation cure for the zebra virus while they were still holding emergency meetings in the conference room. Not long ago, there were people who accused Guangfeng of leaving the emergency meeting for no reason, ignoring the safety of the empire's citizens, and ignoring the lives of important people. But now, Guangfeng's actions were undoubtedly a heavy slap to the face. However, Guangfeng didn't take all the credit. He released a statement through the official media and explained that it was all his student Celine's work. Moreover, Celine was also infected by the zebra virus, and he had spent all his time and energy on research even though he was infected. Therefore, he, Guangfeng, would like to pay tribute to everyone who worked tirelessly and even when they were sick. The statement caused a lot of noise, but some of the executives of the RAS looked like shit all day long. They also locked themselves in their labs, claiming that they were doing research. No one knew what was really going on, and they didn't care either. Right now, everyone's attention was on Celine, and they were most concerned about when the second-generation medicine would come out. Although Guangfeng had pushed all of the credit to Celine, his status as a famous mentor of his own school and a famous academician of the Royal Academy of Sciences had been elevated even higher. There were a lot of people who hoped to receive Guangfeng's guidance in the future, and everyone knew that Guangfeng students were either important people or people who could contribute a lot to the empire like Celine. Who wouldn't be envious when they became famous? Bell had learned about the first-generation medicine as well. His eyes were practically brimming with tears when he heard that the first-generation medicine had come out, and he immediately told his mother a lot of things through the quarantine room's communicator. He was so excited that he took a little too long to talk, so his father pinched his ear and ordered him to go back to sleep. After all, everyone had been guarding the quarantine room until now, and no one had slept a wink. They were afraid that the quarantine room would be gone by the time they opened their eyes again. After receiving the good news that the first-generation medicine was a great success, the Fire Eagle King sent Bell and the others back to rest. Everyone needed rest too much, and if they continued like this, a bunch of people outside the quarantine room would collapse before the people inside had even died. At the 11-star region, the so-called special department personnel, such as Wuxia and Tu Ba, were cooperating with Silin's operation. Christy Hadar and the Emperor of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire had ordered them to cooperate with Silin's operation as much as they could. Silin had the highest authority to command all department personnel stationed at the 11-star region, and he had also sent out a portion of the military to start treating the 11-star region. The special department was in the open, and the robots were in the dark. At the same time, the military and government personnel of every planet were forced to cooperate. Those who didn't would be punished by the department personnel. What else do you want at a time like this? Profit? Fuck off. Silin sent someone to the basement where the second batch of medicine was being tested. He injected the second-generation medicine into both the critically ill person and the dog inside. The planet was already under the control of the newly dispatched army. The messy streets were being cleaned up by large cleanup machines, and the extremists who had gone too far had been killed. Maybe they weren't like this because of the virus. The chaos caused by the virus was nothing more than a fuse for them to vent their bloodlust. The second-generation medicine was a lot more successful than the first. Black Viper had also developed a couple of medicines based on the information Silin had provided and the results of the first-generation medicine. However, Silin's second-generation medicine was slightly better than the first. Silin wasn't satisfied with the second-generation medicine's success. It was because the second-generation medicine still had a flaw, but Silin didn't know how to fix it in the short term. That was why he summoned some people from Black Viper's research department as one of Black Viper's 3 leaders, including Neo, who was stubbornly refusing to inject himself with the medicine he had developed. There were a lot of people who were in the same situation as Neo. Although they weren't critically ill, their thoughts and attitude made them look like idiots to most people. The second-generation medicine had been handed out, and many places in the Empire with infected people switched to using it. Everyone was much more confident when they saw the results. The government used the second-generation medicine's momentum to spread encouragement and attack those who spread rumors. Silin didn't pay attention to any of this. He gathered some people from Black Viper to discuss and improve the second-generation medicine's flaws. Silin had his own way of dealing with these paranoid research maniacs. Soon, everyone, including Neo, was discussing the second-generation medicine through their communicators. This was a summit without any RAS personnel. Later on, it became known as the Zebra Summit. The public's understanding of the summit was limited. Some people speculated that Silin had gathered a lot of hidden geniuses to participate in this meeting, and most of these mysterious folk experts were infected with the zebra virus. That was why a lot of people went to the 11-star region to search for the real person after the conference. Many versions of the Zebra Summit experts had appeared, but Silin couldn't help but feel helpless. That being said, he had to admit that there were a lot of scholars who had been buried for a long time because of this event. Of course, this was a story for another time, so let's not talk about it for now. Speaking of which, the people of Black Viper shared their thoughts as if they had found a common voice when Silin gathered them together for the seminar. In their opinion, the Empire was filled with humans who weren't of their own race and had the intelligence of chimpanzees. Their IQ wasn't on the same level, so of course they wouldn't say anything if they didn't agree. That was why they were a lot more relaxed now that they had found their own kind. The discussion at the conference was intense, and it was all professional knowledge. Even some people in this field might not be able to understand it. In Tu Ba's words, It was so profound that it made one's hair stand on end. This was the deep understanding of a soldier. Soldiers could understand the use of various machines, could understand the analysis of many kinds of codes, and could understand signal dissection. However, things like virus research were like listening to a book from heaven to them. They weren't in the same plane. After the conference, the third-generation medicine was finally produced. This was the perfect medicine in everyone's heart. Even those with weak constitutions or those with strong rejection could use it without any side effects. The Firehawk concubine's condition quickly improved after using this medicine. With the popularization of the third-generation medicine, everyone knew the name Xilin and the Zebra Summit that produced the third-generation medicine. Xilin didn't take all the credit, but the people from Black Viper couldn't be made public, so they hid their key information. Xilin looked at the planet being repaired through the paintings on the starship. From space, the planet was no longer filled with flames, nor was it covered in haze. The small city that Xilin had stayed in was also gradually recovering. The sky had become clear. One could see the white and clean clouds after the end of the chaotic world. The blue sky made people want to sink into such clarity. Although it hadn't been too long since the outbreak of the virus, it was only a few dozen days. But after that, it might be a few years, a few decades, or even until they grew old. The people on this planet wouldn't forget this gray memory. The woman in the basement was also standing outside. She didn't bring out a stool and just sat on the ground while leaning against the building. Beside her, the little girl was hugging the pet dog that survived and basking in the sun on the street that had been cleaned up. There were some children running on the street. There were still some streaks on their faces that hadn't completely faded, but their bodily functions were already recovering. Soon, they would be able to run and jump to their heart's content. After this, people treasured this God-given mobility even more. The joy of escaping from death's door wasn't very intense. There were no cheers or crazy shouts. Everyone just smiled faintly as they looked at the children who had survived the disaster running on the street. The city that was riddled with holes under the sun was no longer the same as in their memories. However, this kind of city that was coated with a layer of golden light made people tear up uncontrollably. Everything would be better. Chapter 302. The panic brought about by the Zebra virus finally subsided. From the time the virus spread to the time when the drug was developed and the disease was brought under control, it did not take long, but it left a deep impression on many people. Be it the government officials who were as busy as a spinning top, the researchers who were infected during their research, or the people on the planet who were severely infected and almost wiped out, it felt like centuries of suffering. Xilin dropped his disguise after the third-generation medicine appeared. The black and white stripes on his body faded, and after learning that the Firehawk Queen and Black Viper's stubborn people were safe and sound, Xilin and Huimao left the 11-star region with Huimao. Everything had been arranged, so he didn't need to stay and supervise anymore. On the planet Xilin once led, the woman and her younger sister began to rebuild their home together. The pet dog that had been saved was now able to run freely. It walked around the two of them, and from time to time, it would pick up a construction material and deliver it to them. It wagged its tail happily and looked very energetic. It wasn't just humans. Even animals seemed to have become a lot more enlightened after the disaster. During this time, the infected people who were brought into the basement came to thank the woman one after another. Those who could afford to leave the planet were planning to migrate to other planets where they had relatives to help them. They didn't want to stay on this planet that had given them gray memories any longer. Before they left, they asked for the woman's opinion. If she was willing, they would help her leave. But the woman refused. Her home was here, and she would rebuild it with her own hands even if it was destroyed. While they were busy, a rescue robot sent by the Empire delivered a notice to them. It was a notice from the best medical school in the 11-star region. It was one of the top 10 medical schools in the entire Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Moreover, the notice stated that tuition is free and family members were allowed to come with them. Medical schools were all about qualifications, and a woman's future was guaranteed to be bright after she went to this school. Everyone looked at the woman enviously. They were all wondering what kind of background she had to have received this notice. Everyone knew that to enter such a good school, one had to have extraordinary qualifications or a strong background. Women were not people with extraordinary qualifications. If that was the case, they would not be where they were now, staying on this small planet that was not developing well. So she had a background. But if they had any background, they would have been sent out like the people from the planetary government. Before the emergence of the virus potion, the woman was also in a very difficult situation, almost like everyone else waiting for death. It was not right to say that she had a background. The woman pulled out the notice. There was a note under the notice. I said it would be fine. Thank you for your help, and please keep the faith in your heart. There was no signature, but the woman already knew who it was. Besides, there was a cat's paw print on the back of the note. If the person with the cat had such a strong background, why would he stay on this small planet that was almost abandoned at such a critical time? The woman couldn't understand. What the woman didn't understand was that the person with the cat was currently on his way back to the Empire's star sector. As long as the signal reception was normal, Sillin would have to face many people's questions and reprimands, such as Xianxia. Xianxia was very angry, very angry. If he hadn't seen the media report, he still wouldn't have known that Sillin had been infected with the zebra virus. This little bastard actually went to the 11th star region that everyone avoided. More importantly, he didn't even tell him that he had been infected. If there really was an accident, Xianxia didn't dare think about it. His brothers Jin Liao and Sillin were the two people he valued the most in the Empire. He didn't want any accidents to happen to either of them. Because of this, the usually gentle Xianxia gave Guanfeng a good scolding. Jin Liao was drinking tea at the side, and Guanfeng was quite amused to see the sullen look on Xianxia's face. Therefore, not only did Sillin have to endure Xianxia's scolding, but he also had to endure Guanfeng's scolding as well. This time, Guanfeng was seriously scared out of his wits, or he wouldn't have slammed the table in the RES conference room without any scruples. However, Guanfeng also brought a piece of news after Xianxia and Jin Liao's scolding. Sillin had been invited by the RES. Therefore, when Sillin returned to the capital star region to visit Xianxia at the Jin family and arrived at the affiliated school, Sillin received an invitation from the RES. The RAS's invitation basically meant one thing. Sillin will be accepted into the RAS as an exception. Why was it an exception? According to the RAS's standards, one needed qualifications, great research contributions, and a smooth graduation. If one couldn't even graduate, the RAS wouldn't accept them easily. Therefore, many people were shocked when they heard that Sillin had received an invitation from the RAS while he was still at AFI. But when they thought about Sillin's great contributions this time, it was understandable that he would receive an invitation like this. However, there was a small argument during the invitation process. Sillin's outstanding contributions to the Zebra virus incident should have been awarded the title of Honorary Scholar of the Institute of Virology. However, some people objected the moment the question was raised. After all, Sillin was Guanfeng's student, and Guanfeng wasn't a virologist. Sillin's acceptance should have taken Guanfeng's situation into consideration. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good. It was true that a non-virologist mentor had taught a virologist student. That would have created a bad impression. However, when they asked Guanfeng about it, he didn't really care. Who said he couldn't teach a virologist student when he was practically illiterate about viruses? Plus, what Guanfeng cared about the most wasn't which department Sillin would end up in, but whether he could enter the RAS or not. How could the great leader of Black Viper's academic department not be qualified to enter the RAS? Guanfeng didn't expect this day to come so soon. How gratifying. Since his mentor had agreed, it wasn't appropriate for anyone else to voice their opinions. Since his mentor had expressed his opinion, it meant that he would shoulder all responsibility for the future. Therefore, Sillin was awarded the title of Honorary Scholar of the RAS's Institute of Virology on the day he entered the RAS. Becoming an honorary scholar was just a part of the process. As long as Sillin didn't step out of line too much during this period of time, it was only a matter of time before he became an academician. From an outsider's point of view, Sillin's backer was Guanfeng, and no one in the RAS could disrespect Guanfeng just like that. Right now, Guanfeng's popularity in the empire was so great that he was practically a role model for all teachers. Of course, the higher-ups of the RAS wouldn't do anything stupid. Even if Guanfeng's behavior in the meeting room was embarrassing, it was still a special time. They couldn't use normal standards to judge people during special times. Therefore, not only could they not give Silin and Guanfeng a hard time, they had to greet them with a smile. Now that he had accepted the title and officially entered the RAS, it was time to follow the RAS's standards. Those who had their own ideas could apply for projects and funding, and those who didn't, or those who had similar projects to the other academicians, could apply to join the big project. After all, a big project like this would bring great benefits to everyone involved. Be it the academic glory or the money they would earn at the end of the project, they were all things that outsiders would be jealous of. Of course, you could also choose not to apply for or participate in any projects, but that would mean you wouldn't have wealth or a higher reputation. Generally speaking, newcomers to the Royal Academy of Sciences would apply for projects or recommend themselves to academicians with big projects in order to get a place in the academy. But Silin didn't choose either. He didn't have a big project yet, and he didn't want to join one either. Plus, he was still a student at AF1, and he had to complete the basic tasks Guanfeng had assigned him. He also had to deal with some unexpected incidents at Black Viper's place. People like Neo would always start conflicts of one kind or another, and they wouldn't settle them with violence. Instead, they would settle them with the results of their research. If they didn't control it well, another incident like the zebra virus might happen again. After all, artificial viruses could cause a lot of harm. Therefore, Silin didn't have the time to care about the RAS's projects at all. Even though Silin wasn't participating in the projects, there were some things he had to do. Even Guanfeng couldn't say anything about it. That was, he had to send them to famous academies in different star regions to give presentations. Of course, it was left to the honorary scholars. How could the academicians have the time to travel all over the star regions to give presentations? Everyone was busy with their own things, and they were supervising their subordinates' projects. Usually, the honorary scholars under their projects would be the ones doing the presentations. These honorary scholars were labeled as academicians, so they would be mentioned many times during the presentations. Not only did this save time, but it also spread the influence of the Royal Academy of Sciences. It also allowed the academicians of the Royal Academy of Sciences to maintain a sense of mystery. This time, it was Guanfeng's turn to give a presentation. However, Guanfeng preferred to complete his own projects on his own, so he never allowed the honorary scholars to participate. Moreover, Guanfeng was always busy, and he was a member of the management. Therefore, every time it was Guanfeng's turn, he would skip it and let the next academician take over. Many people always complain about this, and it just so happened that Silin's appearance this time meant that Guanfeng couldn't escape. Although Silin and Guanfeng didn't belong to the same department, they were still teacher and student. If a teacher wanted to give a presentation, his student could do it for him. There were a lot of people in the RAS who didn't get along with him in the first place, so Guanfeng couldn't refuse this time. Therefore, he called Silin over and gave him this honorable but difficult task. Guanfeng pointed at some of the school introductions flashing on the screen and said to Silin, "These are all schools that need a presentation outside of the time limit. Choose one of them. You don't have many classes right now anyway, and I don't have much to do here. This is the only thing you need to do. If you complete it, I'll give you bonus points and guarantee that you'll receive a huge scholarship from the affiliated schools this year." Silin shot Guanfeng a sideways glance before walking up to the screen and flipping through it. Silin's hand suddenly paused. "This one, then." Guanfeng looked at the school information on the screen and came to a sudden realization. "Oh, this one, then. I'll give you the relevant documents, and all you need to do is wear the RAS honorary scholar emblem. The people over there will welcome you on their own." Silin chose a school in the 23rd star region. Silin thought that he might as well pay Old Chong and the others a visit, since he was only doing a report. When he returned to the dormitory, Silin was packing his things. Hui Mao was crouching on top of the cabinet, rolling left and right instead of helping. Moreover, he was still within Silin's field of vision. Silin closed the bag and looked at Hui Mao. "Speak. What do you need?" Seeing that Silin had finally spoken, Hui Mao rolled to his feet and complained, "Silin, didn't you say that you'd find a way to go back after that thing is over?" Silin sighed and picked up Hui Mao to stroke its fur. "I'm going to visit Shikai and ask about Sigma's master before I go to the 23rd star region. I'm sure they'll have a way." "Really? Really? Then let's go now." Hui Mao jumped over to the storage cabinet and started grabbing things. They were all his favorite food, and he had to bring them with him when he went on a long journey. Silin didn't have much to pack. The main thing he needed to do was bring some relevant documents and a trustworthy ID. It would be a waste of time and trouble if someone questioned his identity. Silin didn't wait for the RAS guards to escort him. He drove Guanfeng's new space plane straight away. Guanfeng didn't feel bad about the self-destruction of his previous space plane on the heavily infected planet, so he asked the RAS engineering department to build him a new space plane. Maybe it was because the previous incident had affected Guanfeng too much, but the space plane was equipped with multiple sterilization rooms and some medical equipment. It could be used as a temporary laboratory. It would be a lot more convenient for Silin if he ran into a similar situation again. Aside from the new equipment, the spaceplane was also equipped with an enhanced AI processing system to prevent another self-destruction. The spaceplane didn't look very big, but it was as expensive as a starship used by some nobles. Moreover, Silin didn't need to spend a single cent on it. Hui Mao did some calculations on Silin's shoulder before patting Silin with its paw. "Can we buy more fish biscuits with the money we've saved? Don't you have a lot of them in your cabinet? We can buy some when we see a new flavor." After leaving the capital star region, Silin contacted Shikai. As one of the 3 true leaders of Black Viper, Silin naturally knew how to contact Shikai. Shikai wasn't surprised by Silin's message. He said, "I think I would have gone to you even if you hadn't come looking for me. Let's find a place to talk." "Sure. Where do you want to go?" Shikai sent Silin a star map with a location marked on it. It wasn't far from Silin's current location, so it was convenient for Silin. It was obvious that Shikai had thought about Silin before. "I have a space fortress here. It's my personal property." This meant that Silin didn't need to worry about it. It was well hidden. "All right, I'll head over right now." He calculated the time and noted that there was still some time before the scheduled report time. It was enough time for Silin and Shikai to chat. Most of the people on Shikai's space fortress were robots, so Shikai was already waiting for them by the time Silin and Hui Mao arrived. Neither of them liked to beat around the bush, so Silin didn't explain his true intentions. He didn't know much about Shikai yet, and the information Black Viper had given him was limited. Guanfeng had told him that he would have to ask the man himself if he wanted to know more about Shikai. Shikai didn't mind either. He told Guanfeng about his family situation in Black Viper first. Shikai's family had a very special status in Black Viper, or rather, his ancestors had always had a special status in Black Viper. They didn't participate in Black Viper's management, but almost all of them shared power with Black Viper's people. It was because they provided highly intelligent robots, and more than half of the missions that happened in secret or those that the government couldn't interfere with were done by them. However, there had never been any betrayal. Shikai said that his ancestor had signed a contract with the founder of Black Viper, the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor at the time. Black Viper would provide the Shi family with a place to live and the production of robots in exchange for not betraying Black Viper. According to the family's records, that ancestor was a good friend of Sir Freeman. If it wasn't for Sir Freeman, the Shi family and these robots wouldn't exist today. That's why the Shi family abides by the contract and never betrays Black Viper. It's like a program that we can't break. What happened back then? What happened back then? Silin asked. I'm not sure myself. Many generations of Shi family members have searched for the truth, but to no avail. All we know is that Sir Freeman saved the Shi family, and we cannot betray Black Viper. Even the royal family doesn't know. They don't know. Neither the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor nor Sir Freeman told anyone else. What about Black Viper? Someone tried to find it in the past, but Black Viper didn't have much intelligence back then, and it didn't have any important memories of the Shi family. All it remembers is His Excellency Freeman. As for the others, perhaps they are not important to it. The more Shikai said, the more Hui Mao's ears drooped. It felt like its chances of returning were getting slimmer and slimmer. A moment of silence later, Sillin asked, "Do you have any sentient robots in your possession?" "Mike, I know what you're talking about," Shikai said before Celine could finish explaining. Rubbing his forehead, Shikai continued, "In the history of the Shi family, they have created 5 such robots. Other than their mechanical bodies, they're almost the same as humans. They have their own thoughts, personalities, emotions, and their own views. Later on, we called them the original robots. The original project was something the Shi family had been working on for a long time, but not a single qualified original robot has ever appeared. No one knows how the ancestors of a Shi family created those 5 original robots, and there are no records of it. That's why we've been searching for the truth all this time. Maybe the original method was hidden during that time. Where are the 5 original robots now? What are they called?" Chapter 303. Shikai didn't answer Sillin's question. He was only saying this to show his sincerity and because Sillin was the new leader of Black Viper. All the previous leaders of Black Viper knew this, so Shikai didn't feel pressure to say it out loud. But he wouldn't let it get any deeper than that. This was the Shi family's secret. Seeing that Shikai wasn't going to answer, Sillin changed the subject. "Then do you know where your ancestors came from? Where's their home?" Shikai continued to remain silent, as if he didn't want to talk about it. But Sillin guessed that Shikai probably didn't know the answer himself. If he did, he would have come up with another solution a long time ago, instead of focusing on creating the original robots. "Fine. Tell me, what do you want from me?" Sillin asked. Shikai finally spoke. "Ever since our ancestors created the 5 origin robots, no more origin robots have appeared in the Shi family. No matter how hard our descendants have tried, even destroying 2 origin robots, they still haven't achieved the desired result. No matter how similar they are, they're not the origin robots that we're looking for. According to the records left behind by their predecessors, the brains of the 2 original robots used for research had a kind of complex in them, which was why their brain circuits were different from other robots. They were more like humans. No, it should be said that other than the mechanical shell, they were just like humans. They had their own independent and divergent thoughts, and they had developed their own unique personalities. We also know that the complex in the brain is very important, but we don't know its molecular formula. Sacrificing the 2 robots didn't give us any concrete information about the complex, so the records left behind are very limited." Sillin hadn't noticed anything special about Sigma's brain structure. It seemed that the key to creating the original robots was to figure out the unknown complex. Is there no other way? Something like a substitute? We've searched for a lot of materials to replace that complex compound. Almost all the ancestors of the Shi family have been searching for the most suitable compound material. But no matter how similar it looks, it's not the original that we have in mind. I've seen the real original robot, and these are just defective products with a fancy outer shell. After thinking about it, in order to better let Sillin understand the difference, Shikai gave an example. Although these robots seem to have expressions and emotions, they're not. It was like when you first taught it to draw a straight line. It learned it, but when you continued to teach it to draw other patterns, it drew it, but it was not what you imagined it to be. It can't learn other lines either. Even if it could draw a beautiful picture with a straight line, it can only draw a straight line and not a curve. That's all. Shikai moved his finger, and a light screen appeared in front of him. Shikai raised a finger and drew a straight line on the light screen. Then, he drew a circle beside it. This is the way we humans learn. What about the robots that we developed? Shikayu raised his finger and drew a circular pattern on the side. Why wasn't it a circle? This was because this circle was formed by a combination of lines. It was not as smooth as the previous circle. As our family's research on the original project deepened, until now, the so-called upgrade of the original project robots looks like this. Shikai's hand moved, and the circle on the screen that was made up of lines with obvious edges and corners slowly became smooth. The reason it became smooth wasn't because the lines had become curved, but because the number of lines that formed the circle had increased and the edges and corners had become much lighter. However, there was one thing that could not be denied. It was not formed by curved lines. It was just that the combination of straight lines was more concentrated. It was similar to the rigidity of the human mind. This was a taboo in academia. A student with a rigid mind would be seen as a failure of education. That was why there were so many strange questions during the interview in AF1. Apart from the student's character and personality, they also looked at their way of thinking. People with different ways of thinking could sometimes see different patterns in the same picture. AF1 and AF2 would not want a student with a rigid mind. Research was about innovation and flexibility. The wonder of the mind was its divergent nature. A person with a fixed mind could only be described as a good soldier or an obedient student, not a ruler or a thinker. This was why the Xi family's robot researchers were dissatisfied. That's why every time we create a new batch of robots, it's like teaching a newborn with a blank mind. If you teach it to draw a straight line first, it will always draw a straight line. If you teach it to draw a circle, it will always draw a circle. But when you teach it something new later on, it will use the lines it learned from the first impression to draw a pattern. Robots that could learn a variety of basic lines were more like a pure mechanical body, a humanoid computer. Those robots that could express emotions could only use a single line to outline their emotions. It's like a complex that combines the advantages of both. It allows the robot to learn a new drawing method and express independent thoughts and emotions at the same time. Celine nodded, feeling the same way. However, suddenly, Celine remembered Cheto, the robot he created with his own hands. The robot's technology had absorbed the advantages of liquid-core nuclear brain technology, but there were some modifications. Also, the substance used at the very end was the reason Cheto was able to succeed. Cheto was more like a combination of the two. It was just that it hadn't been long since he was created, so it hadn't learned much about human emotions and expressions yet. I wonder how they're doing right now. Shikai didn't disturb Celine when he saw that he was staring at the screen in a daze. He was thirsty after talking so much, so he beckoned the robot beside him to bring him a cup of tea to moisten his throat. Shikai waited for Celine's reaction while sipping his tea. If Black Viper and the others were right, and Celine's participation in the Origin Project was going to take another step forward, then even a small step would be a rare development. After all, the Xi family's descendants had been carrying on their ancestors' experiments for so many years without much improvement. The robots that looked perfect to outsiders were nothing more than defective products to Shikai, and the progress they made was minimal. Hui Mao tilted its head and listened to Shikai's explanation with a blank look on its face. As a cyborg, it might not be able to understand the single and complex concept Shikai was talking about, but it did understand one thing. These people didn't have the technology of their ancestors at all. If they didn't have the technology of their ancestors, they might not even know how to go there. If they didn't know how to return to the League of Stars, it meant that they would have to stay in this stupid empire forever. Meow meow. Hui Mao glared at Shikai and asked in an unpleasant tone, "Doesn't that mean there are two other robots like Sigma?" Cough, 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 cough. Shikai choked on his tea and coughed so hard that he almost coughed his lungs out. Some of the tea even flowed out of his nose, but Shikai didn't even bother to wipe it away. He stared at Hui Mao and asked, "WWWW, what did you just say?" "I just asked if there were two more robots like that." Celine wanted to laugh when he heard Hui Mao's answer. He moved his gaze away from the holographic screen and flicked Hui Mao's ear. Shikai wiped the water off his face with his sleeve and took a deep breath. He was serious, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. Even his voice was trembling. "You guys know about Sigma?" Hui Mao didn't answer. It knew it had let the cat out of the bag. It looked at Celine and saw that Celine wasn't angry, so it wagged its tail and closed its eyes, pretending to sleep. Shikai was now certain that both Celine and Hui Mao knew about Sigma, one of the 5 original robots. Celine definitely didn't get this information from Black Viper. No one other than the heirs of the Xi family knew about Sigma. Even the other members of the Xi family wouldn't know about it. That kind of information was a secret. The 5 original robots had always been the Xi family's secret. Many people were pessimistic about the fact that every successor of the Shi family had to create an original robot. After all, in their minds, a robot was just a robot. It was impossible for them to develop their own independent thinking and personality like humans. They obeyed the program and the final order, so how could they be independent? That was why people only told the Shi family that they were completing the original project. They didn't acknowledge the existence of the original robots. Show me an original robot as proof? Shikai felt bitter. Not even a single one could be produced several hundred years ago. There was no information about the original robots in Black Viper's network, and if Sillin had hacked into his private network, Shikai wouldn't have been oblivious. No one else would know about it. In fact, other than a few special robots, no one else would know about it. Where is Sigma? For the first time ever, Shikai's hand was shaking. He didn't even tremble like this when he was completing a batch of experimental robots. Sillin shook his head. We can't find it. Just like you said, I also want to know the technology that your ancestors had. While speaking, Sillin stood up. Think about it carefully. There are some things that are better for both of us to be honest with each other. A secret will forever remain a secret, even if it continues to be kept, and it will never see the light of day again. You can't ask for a secret to be kept and hope that someone else can answer it for you. I still have a mission, and I hope we can have a more sincere conversation after I'm done. Sillin didn't expect Shikai to spill the Shi family secrets just like that. Shikai needed time to think about the so-called sincerity, and since Sillin had waited for so long, Sillin didn't mind waiting a bit longer. Only after Shikai had thought it through and explained everything to Sillin would he be able to make a better decision. Otherwise, both sides would be wasting time. You're leaving just like that? You're not going to ask any more questions? Huimao wasn't willing to give up. He thought he could get more useful information from Shikai, but he didn't expect to learn so little. Give him some time. He'll tell us more when the time comes. Huimao clenched his hands into fists. I wonder how Sigma will react if it hears its brothers were crippled. Something big must have happened back then. Sigma told me that his master brought a lot of people with him, but that doesn't seem to be the case from what I've heard so far. Whis nodded. Something big must have happened back then. Sillin and Huimao returned to the space plane and left the bastion. Shikai watched the space plane disappear into the distance. He stood in front of the giant monitor for a long time without saying a word. Then, he took out a necklace and pressed a button on it. The necklace projected an image of the 5 original robots. These 5 origin robots were the Shi family's most precious treasures. The necklace was the most valuable thing the Shi family's master had left behind. It recorded the lives of the 5 origin robots after they were born. Shikai looked at one of the robots and reached out to touch it. It was waving its arms around in circles. It was just a recording, after all. Shikai's finger penetrated the image and followed the movements of the robot that was being chased by 2 other robots. Sigma, other than giving Shikai some time to consider his offer, Celine had already received quite a number of messages on his communicator. It was just that Celine had been listening to Shikai all this time, so he didn't bother with them. They were all messages from Jin, Xingming, and the others, especially Bell. There were a few missed notifications and messages from an unknown frequency. They were probably from the Firehawk Royals who wanted to express their gratitude to Sillin. If Sillin hadn't concocted the antidote to the zebra virus in time, the Firehawk consort would have been in grave danger. Sillin contacted Bell, and it turned out to be just as Sillin predicted. Bell promised to thank Sillin properly when he returned to the capital and congratulate Sillin for being accepted into the RAS as a student. It was a feat that many people were jealous of. Sillin was now a celebrity in the affiliated schools. Everyone knew that AF1 had an honorary scholar before he even graduated. Sillin, you might not know this, but some of the people around me who only know how to eat and shit are so jealous of you that their eyes turned red when they heard about your glorious feats. One of them had too much to drink, and when he saw your picture at the top of AF3's ranking, he said something like, "You're just an academic, aren't you? If you run into space robbers without the protection of the military, you'll only get shot." When Gaga found out about it, he beat him up so badly that not even a pig would recognize him. He's just jealous of you. He's just as good as you. He gets excellent marks every time he takes his physical test, but he fails most of the other tests, especially the academic ones. Sigh, what the fuck? Who said that academics are all weaklings? He hasn't seen you before, but if you were here, you'd beat him to the ground with one punch. Sillin listened to Bell's endless stream of curses about the affiliated schools. All he did was listen to him with a smile. Thank goodness he had this mission, or he would have been annoyed to death at school. The people from the affiliated schools, especially the rich young masters and ladies from AF3, were hard to deal with when they went crazy. How many guards did you bring with you this time, Sillin? Bell asked worriedly after he was done talking about the affiliated schools. He knew that Sillin didn't like to bring guards with him. Just me and Wheeze. I see. Did you run into space robbers? There's no way the Empire's patrols are everywhere. No, I haven't run into any space robbers in the Miss Bodhisattva Empire yet. What? Are you afraid that the kid's words will come true? Sigh, he's just a jinx. Gaga wouldn't have beaten him into a pig's head otherwise. Ahem. Just be careful and run if you run into trouble. Don't worry, I know that. After chatting for a while, Sillin ended the call. Space robbers, huh? Hui Mao wagged its tail. What a nostalgic feeling. Sillin looked at Hui Mao, who was deep in thought, and shook his head. The cat's paws were itching again after sleeping too much lately. To Hui Mao's disappointment, they didn't encounter any space robbers even after they entered the 23rd star region. There were more patrols after they entered the 23rd star region, and security was much better. The chances of running into space robbers were pitifully low. What kind of space robber would be stupid enough to rob a place with more patrols? Sillin's arrival didn't attract any attention. Since he wasn't a tourist ship, a transport ship, or a noble's fleet, he had to pass through the official surveillance point to enter the star region. If he was caught entering the 23rd star region without paying a toll or passing through the surveillance point, he would be charged and surrounded by the 23rd MR's army. The army usually didn't care if you lived or died. Cannon fire had no eyes, and you could only blame your bad luck if your space plane was blasted to smithereens by accident. Sillin didn't ask for special permission this time. He passed through the official surveillance point through the normal route. After he arrived at the surveillance area, he accepted a call request and entered his identity information under the system prompt. At the surveillance point, yo, you're pretty free. You actually have time to come to our place. A man sitting in a high-level office at the surveillance point looked at the newcomer and teased. I've been too fucking tired recently. I brought a bunch of new recruits and got a short vacation, so I came to your place to relax. The man sat down on the sofa in the office, grabbed the food on the table, and started eating. He keyed in the password to the storage cabinet and took out 2 bottles of wine. He tossed one bottle to the person opposite him and began to eat and drink leisurely with his legs crossed. As the two were talking, the communicator of the person sitting in front of the workbench rang. Boss, we found a strange space plane. As he spoke, the image and information of the pilot were sent over. The person sitting at the desk didn't hide it from the person sitting on the sofa and directly put the image together. As soon as he saw the identity information, the person sitting on the sofa stood up. Fuck, why is this kid here? Chapter 304. Most of the people in the monitoring station area were transferred from the military. Just now, a retired soldier had scanned the area on a whim with the military scanning equipment. This kind of scanning equipment would estimate the overall combat power of every spaceship, starship, and transport ship, especially the defense equipment and weapon peripheral systems. As soon as they scanned, they found the data of Sillin's spaceship. It almost blinded their eyes. Looking at the final estimated data, those who did not know would think that it was an analysis of the combined combat power of a fleet. If it was a noble's emblem, everyone wouldn't be so surprised. After all, the upper nobles also had such flying equipment. However, the problem was that the noble's emblem wasn't shown during identity verification, and the aircraft was a small one. He was neither a noble nor an important person. He seemed to have a mediocre background, and he was a young man. This was worth considering. Of course, no one would stop Sillin because of this. After all, they were just curious as to whether or not he had violated any regulations. It was boring and mentally exhausting to do the same work every day, and they needed something new to refresh themselves. Moreover, the station chief had specifically told them to report it. You know him? The person in front of the desk asked when he saw that his old friend knew this guy. Yes, strange. What is this guy doing in the 23-star regions? People from your circle? He was referring to the noble circle. Not exactly. What do you mean, not exactly? Hey, son, do you have to beat around the bush like this? Who is this kid? Is he a noble or not? The two were old comrades. However, the man had retired from the military to recuperate because of his injuries. After he recovered, he did not return to the military and was transferred to this monitoring station area to do a leisurely job. Tuasan would sometimes come to visit him and steal some snacks. Otherwise, how could he even know the password to the storage cabinet? Tuasan put down the bottle. Tell your men that I want to communicate with that kid. The man looked at Ta-san suspiciously, but he did not say much and ordered his men to connect. At this moment, Silen did not mind being scanned by the scanning equipment. He was not on a secret mission anyway. He was open and above board, and he was not afraid of suspicion. However, before he could fly the spaceship out of this monitoring area, he received a communication request from the monitoring station. Silen did not refuse. He clicked on the connection, and a familiar face appeared on the screen. Nahachi Tosin? Oh, he should be called Lieutenant Colonel Nahachi Tosin now. On his way here, Silen had seen some current information about the 23rd star region. There were a few familiar faces that he paid special attention to, and he also learned about Nuhak Tosin, an old acquaintance he had met at Baron Bader Academy. When he and Bell first met Tuasan and Baron Bader, Tuasan was still a major, but he was promoted to lieutenant colonel so quickly. Even though he had a noble background, the main reason was his own ability. As expected of a member of the Nahachi family, one of the military giants. Seeing that Silen could still recognize him, Tuasan cut to the chase. I'm at the monitoring station now. Do you have time? If you have time, let's chat. I'm on vacation. This time, Tuasan didn't put on any airs. If Silen needed any help in the 23rd star field, then he would also lend a hand. Sure. Since there was still time, Silen did not refuse. He turned the space plane and flew directly to the main monitoring station Tuasan mentioned. Since Silen had already been informed, he was not stopped from entering the monitoring station. After a routine inspection, Silen was allowed to enter. Long time no see, Silen. Tuasan was very polite. He did not ask anyone to lead the way, but came himself. Long time no see, Lieutenant Colonel Ta'a Sr. They arrived at a reception room. This was the reception room for the station commander. Tuasan brought Silen directly to this reception room, where the station commander was already sitting. Let me introduce you. This is Zhu Ming, the station commander and a former comrade of mine. Zhu Ming, this is Silen. Zhu Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at Tua. Senator, that's it? Just a name? No other introduction? Zhu Ming was quite polite to Silen. Although Tua-san did not introduce him too much, he was not as dull as he was when he first joined the army. How could someone who could be treated like this by Tua-san be of low status? AF1 is on vacation now. Tua-san asked Silen. His younger brother, Bryles, was an AF3, so he would naturally pay attention to what was happening in the affiliated schools. He knew that there should be a period of relaxation after the first phase of testing. Not long ago, the zebra virus made everyone panic. However, there were no cases in the 23rd star region, which was at the edge of the region. Before the virus spread, it was already over. Therefore, other than some people who paid special attention to this area, other people's understanding of the zebra virus was just a joke. The 23rd military region also received limited orders at the time. They only increased the intensity of the testing, and not long after, they heard that the drug was out. Therefore, Tua-san did not know that Silen had done so many things. Zhu Ming was surprised to hear that Silen was from AF1. He was not very knowledgeable, but he knew about the famous affiliated schools of the Empire, not to mention that Tua-san often talked about his good-for-nothing younger brother in AF3. Therefore, Zhu Ming knew very well that Silen was a person with real knowledge. Most of the students in AF3 were from noble families, and people of high status could go there just by saying hello. However, AF1 and AF2 were places where even princes couldn't do anything special. Everything depended on one's ability. Zhu Ming, who was just being polite just now, sat up straight. He used to be a soldier and didn't have much knowledge. Therefore, Zhu Ming admired those who had real talent, especially those who had real talent and didn't look down on others with their noses. So you're a talent from AF1. I admire people like you who are knowledgeable. Zhu Ming smiled. His smile was much more sincere. All right, Sillin, what are you doing here? Visiting? Tua's son had investigated Sillin before, so he knew about old Chang's situation. That's one of them. I'm here with a mission for my teacher. Tua's son looked understanding. He had heard that people from AF1 usually did not attend classes or complete missions from their teacher. Do you need any help? Not at the moment. My teacher said someone has already made arrangements here. Just contact them when the time comes. Good. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. I'm still free during the holidays. Don't complain if you miss this opportunity, Tua's son said with a smile. The three of them talked about the recent events in the 23rd Star region. Tua's son would not divulge anything related to the military, so he could only talk about the Star region. As they talked about the famous San Colombo Advanced Education School in the 23rd Star region. San Colombo Advanced Education School had never been ranked in the top 3 in the past 100 years, and it was once the top school in the 23rd Star region. All right, I heard that San Colombo invited someone from the RAS to give a talk. San Colombo Advanced Education School is going to be popular again this year, Zhu Ming said. Oh, I've never heard of that. Tua's son had been busy all this time, so he did not have much time to pay attention to it. Only Zhu Ming, who had nothing better to do, would pay attention to it. Sillin, do you know who's coming this time? What's the topic? Zhu Ming looked expectantly at Sillin. It was rare for the RAS to announce a topic in advance, and this wasn't something the military could easily find out. Ahem, well, we haven't decided on the topic yet. It wasn't that Sillin wanted to keep it a secret, but he really wasn't sure. He had prepared a couple of topics, but Guanfeng told him that it was fine. He just needed to choose the one that interested the most based on the situation. Therefore, Sillin thought that he would investigate the topic himself before making a decision. Zhu Ming's eyes lit up at first. If Sillin knew this kind of convenient information, then he must know a lot more. Which department of the Royal Academy of Sciences are they from? Who is it? Zhu Ming had always admired the RAS. He didn't think that he was very knowledgeable, but he hoped that he could learn more from the RAS so that he could teach his children more things in the future. He didn't want to be a boorish man in an elite uniform. If he couldn't stay in the military, he might as well learn more about other things. The older a person grew, the more they wanted to learn. Who is it? Sillin rubbed his head, chuckled, and pointed at himself. You flatter me. I'm still far from it. Both Tua's son and Zhu Ming's faces twitched at the same time. Zhu Ming didn't move for a long time. Is this a scam? Zhu Ming's image of a white-haired, scholarly man whose every word and action exuded wisdom and accomplishment was gone. Gone. Tua's son was just as surprised. Most of the RES students were middle-aged, and there were a few freaks who had graduated from AF1 and AF2 who had gone there straight away. However, he didn't think that Sillin would be the one who was invited. When did you join the RES? Tua's son asked. Not long ago. My mentor sent me here to give a lecture in his place. You haven't graduated from AF1 yet, have you? No. Tua's son rubbed his hands together. So you're going to San Colombo to give a lecture? Sillin nodded. Zhu Ming was stunned for a long time before he smiled awkwardly. The truth was too hard to believe. AF1 was one thing, but this was the RES. Sillin didn't want anyone here to know that someone from the RES had arrived. He hoped that Tua's son and Zhu Ming would keep it a secret for the time being. Tua's son and Zhu Ming patted their chests as a guarantee. After chatting for a while, Sillin left the monitoring station and flew to San Colombo Advanced Education Academy. After personally sending Sillin off, Zhu Ming and Tua's son returned to the office. Zhu Ming didn't pay much attention to Sillin's absence. He grabbed his son and asked, "What kind of monster is that kid? He's so young. Only in his early 20s, right?" Does that mean he's an honorary scholar of the RES? I always thought that honorary scholars of the RES were middle-aged or old men. Tua's son shook his head. I'm not sure either. I only know that he's an AF1, and he's very strong. Also, if he wants his surname to be Jin, he can be. Zhu Ming took a deep breath. The Jin that Tua's mentioned referred to the royal family of Foggy. If Sillin was willing, he could be a member of the royal family. Fuck. Zhu Ming only managed to squeeze out a word after a long time. Why was there such a huge difference between people? No, I have to take a leave first. I'll go to San Colombo and see what that kid is talking about, Zhu Ming said. In the past, he had always watched famous researchers and scholars from all over the world give talks on the internet. He had always thought that listening to a talk could be done just by watching it on the internet. Why would he put down his work and go sit with a group of people to listen to a talk? But now, Zhu Ming really wanted to go and see for himself how capable that kid was to climb to such a level and obtain such a title that many academic researchers struggled for their entire lives. After checking the time and arranging his vacation, Tua's son put down his wine bottle and said, "All right, let's go see if he's the real deal." The RES wasn't a place you could enter just because you had connections, and it wasn't a place that ordinary nobles could meddle with. They didn't give face to anyone other than the emperor and the three kings. Perhaps the people in the Capital Star region wouldn't be too surprised, but outside of it, the people of the RAS were like rare treasures. It was hard to even catch a glimpse of them, and they had a lot of admirers. Sillin flew to San Colombo Advanced Education Academy. He didn't contact the school because he wanted to see the academic atmosphere and inclination here first. San Colombo was a famous school in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. This planet was called San Colombo, and it was founded by a noble with the surname Colombo. At the time, Colombo wasn't a big noble yet. It was just a normal noble that had just risen to power. Later, it slowly rose to the status of a big noble due to its contributions to the stability of the empire. Although Colombo could be considered an upper-class noble now, its glory days were long gone. The Colombo family had always supported the school, and it had raised a lot of talented people for the family. The school took up half of San Colombo's surface area. Any big school would pay a lot of attention to the layout of the buildings, especially the scenery. There were a lot of garden-like buildings, picnicking forests, plazas, and parks around the dormitories. The hardware was also very good at keeping up with the technology. The amount of effort a school could put into its facilities was proof of how much effort it put into educating its students. Many schools would rather spend a lot of money to renovate the terrain and environment, making the campus scenery incomparably gorgeous and the buildings brilliant. However, when it came to real teaching, they would always cut corners. Golden on the outside, but rotten on the inside. Flashy, but impractical education was simply difficult to cultivate outstanding talents. There were still a few days before the lecture. Although there weren't many people from other planets on San Colombo's campus, there were already many signs on the light screens. Welcome to the RAS. They didn't mention whether the person was an academician or an honorary scholar. They probably didn't know that the probability of becoming an academician and an honorary scholar was 150. Since they didn't know, they didn't dare to say anything. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Royal Academy of Sciences had sent someone over to give a speech, but most of the advertisements on the screen were about the research results of the students in the university, as well as the awards they had won. The atmosphere here was pretty good. There were some students sitting on the wooden chairs and chatting with each other. There were also students who were reading their course notes on their laptops. There were also people who were fishing by the side of the lake. Splash! A fish leaped out of the lake. Hui Mao's attention was immediately drawn to it. Sillin, let's go fishing. There were many fish in the lake. There were a few shops around the lake that rented fishing gear. However, after renting the gear, they would take a percentage of the fish they caught. Most people only enjoyed the process. They didn't have much of a complaint about how many fish they caught and how much they let the rental point take. At Hui Mao's request, Sillin rented a set of fishing gear from one of the shops. Then he started walking around the lake in search of a fishing spot. It was noon, and it would be lunchtime soon. Sillin had arrived late. Many of the good fishing spots had already been taken, so he had to walk further. There were boats floating on the lake. They were all small boats for the students to have fun. It was a good place for couples to go for a little tryst. There were security personnel and robots guarding the area. If someone fell into the water or met with an accident, they would be able to react in time. No one was worried. Some people liked to rent a boat and fish. Sillin didn't know what the result was. We saw a lot of people catching fish along the way. The size of the fish aside, it was still considered a catch. As long as they managed to catch a fish, they would feel proud of themselves and that their trip here wasn't a wasted one. Hui Mao scanned the distribution of the fish in the lake. The fish in the surroundings were too small. The ones in the center of the lake were bigger. So, he suggested, Sillin, why don't we rent a boat and fish in the center of the lake? The fish there are bigger. How can the small fish around be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth? That works. Anyway, Sillin treated it as a relaxing activity. It didn't matter where they went. Since Hui Mao suggested it, they would go to the center of the lake. They rented a small boat. When it was rented, it didn't look like a boat. It looked like a door, but after it was unfolded, it looked like a boat. The robot helped Sillin send the boat to the other side of the lake. After paying the robot for the service, Sillin and Weiss jumped onto the boat, turned on the navigation system, adjusted the boat's speed, and popped out a canopy. While he was at it, he unfolded 2 folding chairs and sat there, staring leisurely at the lake. Fishing trained patience, but Hui Mao obviously wasn't patient when it came to fishing. The fishing gear was too troublesome. After playing for a while, he jumped into the lake to catch fish. He even chased the fish living at the bottom of the lake up, causing people to appear around him with nets to catch the fish. Not far away, a few boats carrying students also let out cries of surprise. The boat moved automatically, and Sillin got closer and closer to them. When he got closer, some students greeted Sillin. Sillin just smiled and responded. It seemed that they treated him as a student here. Chapter 305. After the students and Sillin smiled and waved the fish in their hands, the boats of both parties staggered. Weiss had chased the shoals of fish at the bottom of the lake all over the place. Naturally, a lot of people on the shore had noticed the movement of the shoals, and many of them had carried portable scanners with them. There were also some people who liked to use scanners to observe the distribution of the shoals of fish in the lake so that they could place their bait better. But now they were using nets to cast the bait instead of fishing rods. Most people fishing was just for fun and to pass the time. However, when they encountered such a good opportunity, they wouldn't let it go. Those who didn't have nets immediately called over robots to buy small nets. There were also children with scanners tugging at the sleeves of adults and shouting where a big fish had just gone. Sillin didn't use a net. He continued to fish with a fishing rod and didn't join in the fun. In fact, when the fish in the lake were frightened and chaotic, fishing like this wouldn't attract any fish at all. Sillin didn't really plan to go fishing. He didn't know how many fish Hui Mao had eaten in the lake. No matter what, he was still taking advantage of the situation. Sillin's boat gradually came to a shallow area. There were many stones here, but there weren't any big fish. It was also far from the boulevard, and usually there weren't many people here. When he looked over, Sillin saw a guy lying on a big rock, basking in the sun. Sillin put down his fishing rod, took out a net, and stopped the boat. He didn't let the boat get too close to the rock, which would make it easy for the guy to escape. After adjusting the rope on the net, he looked at the target and threw it quickly. Once the net reached the target, it automatically closed, and the guy who was about to jump into the water to escape was firmly trapped inside. He pressed the button in his hand, and the rope was retracted. Soon, Sillin held the net that trapped the target in his hand. This guy was nearly 1/2 meter long and was very heavy. It was a big turtle. There were some golden patterns on the back of this turtle. It was a mutated species of ordinary turtle. Many people like to raise this kind of turtle. The small traders said that this kind of turtle symbolized wealth, or else it wouldn't be so popular. There were many modified species created by genetic engineering, but there were very few natural species. However, the natural species looked domineering. Although they would run away when they saw people, when you really caught them, They would stare at you with their eyes wide open, and their limbs would keep waving. The mutated mouth with a hard horn would bite down as long as there was an opportunity, unlike other tortoises that retracted their head, limbs, and tail into the shell. Sillin hadn't done too much research on this type of turtle, and he had only occasionally seen some introductions in an aquatic pet magazine. Looking at the golden threads on the turtle's back, he heard that it was possible to determine a golden silk turtle's age based on the golden thread patterns on its back. Sillin looked. The golden patterns combined with the patterns on the turtle's back were not bad, but he didn't know how to tell the age of the turtle. Sillin knocked on the turtle's shell. Sure enough, the shell of a naturally bred golden thread turtle was hard. This knock also angered the golden thread turtle. Its mouth with curved hooks bit the net that tied it up twice. If the net was not firm and replaced with a normal fishing net, it would have been bitten through. Looking at the golden thread turtle, which was kicking its limbs and staring at him, Sillin didn't untie the net. Instead, he threw the golden thread turtle on the boat with the net attached. There were two strange-looking small fish in the fish bucket. Huimao had thrown them up. If the golden thread turtle was placed together with the two small fish, the fish would probably enter the golden thread turtle's stomach in less than 5 seconds. Although he didn't catch any fish, it was still a big gain to catch this big guy. According to the introduction in the pet magazine, the price of a golden thread turtle that was not even half the size of the one in his hand had reached 5 digits. In this case, the turtle in his hand was worth several buckets of fish. Huimao caught a round of fish at the bottom of the lake and returned to the boat. He shook his hair and saw the struggling golden thread turtle that Sillin had placed upside down on the boat. We circled around the golden thread tortoise and slapped it with its paw. The golden thread tortoise bit its paw when tried to slap the tortoise's head, but Wheeze wasn't afraid at all. Even this kind of thing would have a hard time biting through its paw. Therefore, Huimao raised his claws with interest and looked at the guy that refused to let go. He said to Sillin, "Did you catch this turtle? I just caught it with the net over there." Sillin pointed to the shallow water with his chin. Huimao sniffed the golden thread turtle. "Doesn't seem to be very tasty. I don't know if it's tasty, but the price of this guy is definitely not less than 5 buckets of fish." Hearing that this guy was worth so much, Huimao was happy. That's good. For the rest of the time, Huimao didn't care about the fish in the lake anymore. He stayed on the boat and played with the golden thread turtle. "Hey, Sillin, look at the patterns on the turtle's shell. They are flashing." Sillin looked over. He didn't notice it at first, but now he noticed that the golden threads on the turtle's back were flashing. When they were at their brightest, they were like sunlight. "It is absorbing solar energy," Huimao said after looking carefully for a while. It was exhausted from struggling, so it was using the golden threads to absorb energy to replenish itself. This mutated species is quite special. After playing for a while, Sillin let the boat sail back. Because many people had caught fish today, people could be seen talking and laughing everywhere. Whether it was the anglers or the owners of fishing gear rentals, they were all happily talking about the interesting things that happened today. When Sillin arrived, many people had returned their fishing gear and boats. After settling the interest, some left, while those who stayed gathered together to talk. Someone saw that there were 2 strange-looking fish in Sillin's bucket. The locals could recognize these 2 kinds of fish. They were both ferocious fish, but they tasted good. But no matter how good the taste was, there were only 2 fish. That was nothing, especially when everyone returned with a full load today. So when some people saw Sillin's fish bucket, they looked at him with disdain, as if they were looking at a rookie. But when Wheeze dragged the net bag with the golden threaded tortoise inside, everyone's eyes immediately widened. Ignoring the others who were still talking and laughing, the people who saw the golden thread turtle ran over to take a closer look. Huimao looked at the people who came over and let out a warning growl. "If you dare to have any ideas about this turtle, I will scratch you to death." But no one cared about Huimao. After taking a closer look and confirming that it was the golden thread turtle, someone shouted, "Fuck! 100-year-old golden thread turtle. This size is definitely a 100-year-old golden thread turtle. I heard that golden thread turtles used to live in this lake, but I didn't think it was true." Some people who weren't afraid of death couldn't help but reach out and touch the turtle. They didn't mind, even when Huimao scratched them a few times. Knowing that the cat followed its master, they all blocked Silen's way, afraid that Silen wouldn't know what it was and would sell the turtle to those unscrupulous rental shops. Kid, is that your golden thread turtle? Hey, I saw it first. Don't push, don't push. I'll give you 100,000 MB for your golden thread turtle. How about it? Fuck off. I'll give you 150,000. These people didn't look like they lacked money. 100,000 MB was like 10 RMB to them. Moreover, these people had the demeanor of a scholar before, but now that they saw something good, they didn't care about their demeanor anymore. They all blew their beards and glared at each other, afraid that they would fall behind. A few even older grandpas also walked over quickly. They might be old, but their steps were steady. Still, they didn't expect to be this fast at their age. The old man who came over hit the people blocking his way with his walking stick. Out of the way, out of the way. Silen was amused. These people obviously knew each other, and even the youngest among them was already middle-aged. Although the old man was hitting them with his walking stick, he didn't kill them. A few people rubbed their arms exaggeratedly and complained bitterly, but they still obediently moved out of the way. There was no malice in their eyes, as if they had expected this. They were all good-natured bickering. Silen could see that these people didn't intend to steal the turtle directly, but their desire to buy it was very strong. It was obvious that they really liked it. Hey, Grandpa's son is here, someone said. Professor White, you two haven't left yet, have you? The group of people who had been surrounding them said with bitter expressions. Oof. What, you want this old man to leave early and miss out on this good thing? Grandpa's son picked up his walking stick and hit the speaker twice, causing him to let out a strange yelp. The people around them were already used to it. After the few old men came over, the middle-aged people around them stopped yelling and formed a circle to prevent others from squeezing in. What a joke. The old men were the elders, and it was not good for them to chase them away. As for the other kids, they shouldn't come over to make trouble. If someone wanted to buy it at a sky-high price, the few of them wouldn't be able to enjoy it. There was no lack of young masters from rich families in the school. It would be a waste for this treasure to fall into their hands. However, these people respected the old men, and Huimao didn't care. It only knew that this turtle could be exchanged for a lot of fish biscuits, and it would scratch whoever tried to steal it to death. It really is a golden thread turtle. It should be 100 years old. The person called Grandpa's son said. Everyone was very convinced by the words of this Grandpa's Sunday. This old man was a veteran in this field. Not bad, not bad. It's still very energetic. Old Professor White used the walking stick in his hand to knock on the shell of the golden thread turtle, but the golden thread turtle suddenly opened its mouth and bit it tightly. Old Professor White tried to pull it out a few times, but he still couldn't get it out. Huimao glanced at the two old men who dared to use their walking sticks to poke its treasure. If it wasn't for Silen stopping it, it would have already torn their walking sticks apart. Oh, wow, it's really energetic. This is definitely not a genetically engineered turtle, someone said. The other heads nodded in agreement. Old Professor White, who had his walking stick bitten, didn't get angry. Instead, he started to play with the golden thread turtle as if he had found something interesting. The joy in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. How many years has it been since I've seen this kind of natural turtle? Grandpa's son sighed. Young man, did you catch this in a lake today? The special structure of the turtle's back, especially the golden stripes, allowed the golden thread turtle to avoid the scanning of scanners. Therefore, generally speaking, it was very difficult to find a golden thread turtle. Genetically engineered golden thread turtles were easy to find, but natural ones were even more difficult to find. Someone once used the scanners to explore the entire lake, but they only found 2 small turtles. Not long after, those 2 small turtles also died. Since then, no one had seen a golden thread turtle in the lake. Unexpectedly, Silen had fished out such a big one today. Following Grandpa's son's words, everyone turned their attention to Silen, who was holding a bucket with only 2 small fish in it. This is mine. Silen told them the place to catch the turtle, and everyone present recorded it down. Those who knew that they had a bad memory turned on the recording equipment they brought with them, afraid that they would miss a word. Then, they might be able to catch one themselves. Do you know the value of this golden thread turtle? Grandpa's son looked at Sillin. Although his smile was very kind, there was an invisible aura about him. Although there was no malice, it made people feel a sense of awe. I don't know too much about this. I just happened to see it once in a marine pet magazine. Celine told him about the report in the magazine. Grandpa's son nodded. Can I take a closer look? Now, everyone knew that Hui Mao, who was holding the net bag in its mouth, was not a kind person. If you wanted to touch the turtle, you needed to get the owner's permission, or else you would be scratched. Sure. Celine gestured for Hui Mao to put down the net bag. Hui Mao looked around unkindly and unwillingly let go of the net bag. However, he did not walk away. Instead, he squatted beside the net bag, as if guarding a sheep against a wolf. Grandpa's son, White, and a few other old men immediately put on their identification equipment and began to carefully study the golden thread turtle. When Sillin saw these old men take out the equipment they carried, his face twitched. It seemed that these people usually carried their tools with them. While the old men were studying it, the people around them did not make a sound and quietly waited for the identification results. These old men were all authorities in this area. When they said the results, everyone would have an idea, so they waited nervously for the identification results. Sillin looked at the people around him who were so nervous that it was like they were waiting for the results of a large-scale examination. He found it a little funny. Hui Mao watched as these old men took out all kinds of strange tools and turned the golden thread turtle over and over. He swung his tail impatiently. Finally, Grandpa's son was the first to stand up. Although he was a little tired, his eyes were full of excitement. 98 years. It's a 98-year golden thread turtle. Everyone believed old man son's words without a doubt. That's right. It's a 98-year turtle, and it's going to be 99 years soon. The other old men also finished their work. 98 years. If he raised it for another 2 years, no, a little more than a year, he would be able to raise a 100-year-old golden thread turtle. When that time came, he would be very proud. There is also a rumor that people who raised a 100-year-old turtle would be rich and lucky. Sillin guessed that those rumors were deliberately spread by the peddlers, but there were many enthusiasts in this area, so everyone was willing to believe it. Young man, is this turtle ready to make a move? Grandpa's son looked at Sillin. Sillin thinks for a moment and shook his head. He was not short of money, but this kind of natural turtle was really rare. He would raise it himself. Seeing Sillin like this, the people around him showed a disappointed look. Some people did not give up and offered a high price of nearly $1 million, but Sillin still refused. In the end, Grandpa's son stopped everyone's discussion and said to Sillin, "Since you are not willing to make a move, we will not force you. However, we really want this turtle. How about this? Let's make a deal." Grandpa's son discussed with Sillin and decided to keep the turtle with them for 2 days to study and return it after 2 days. They also signed a contract. Originally, Sillin said that there was no need to sign a contract, but the few old men refused and insisted that it had to be signed. Otherwise, they would not be at ease. Sillin laughed. "All right, let's do that." After the contract was signed, the golden thread turtle was placed with Grandpa. Sunday Grandpa's son gave his address and contact details to Sillin. When the time came, Sillin would go and look for him. As they were talking, Grandpa's son suddenly asked, "You are not from our school?" "No, I'm here because of that RES professor's lecture," Sillin said. Speaking of this, the people around them looked proud. If someone from the RES came to give a speech, it meant that the school was valued by the RES. Of course, they would be proud if their school had such an honor. Most of the people around them were teachers from San Colombo. Some of them had grown up in San Colombo, especially people like Grandpa's son and Professor White. These old men had devoted most of their lives to San Colombo. Their feelings for San Colombo were incomprehensible to outsiders. San Colombo was not the best, and there were many shortcomings. However, in their hearts, it was the most important school. Even the affiliated schools were not as important as San Colombo. When San Colombo received the letter of approval from the RAS, they held a celebration party. On the day the letter of approval was issued, San Colombo sent out the news. Who knew how many schools were envious of him? At the same time, many people started to book hotel and conference tickets for San Colombo. Although Silin did not see many people coming today, most of the places were already booked. Many people couldn't get a hotel room, even if they offered a high price. Even though many people from other planets couldn't attend the conference in person and couldn't book a hotel room, they still came to experience the festive atmosphere of San Colombo. Silin did not know that his decision would cause such a big change in San Colombo, because some people from other planets had come to San Colombo recently. When Silin admitted that he was not from San Colombo, everyone naturally thought that Silin had the same goal as the people who came to experience the atmosphere. Seeing everyone's expression, Silin did not deny it. He just smiled and did not say anything. Grandpa's son pulled up a map of San Colombo's campus, pointed to his house, and said, "I live here. You can go there and get your turtle. I won't go back on my word. If you don't have time, you can contact me directly. My name is Sun Fu. Just tell me my name. Everyone in San Colombo knows me." After negotiating with Silin, Grandpa's son hurriedly asked his housekeeping robot to deliver a box. He carefully put the golden thread turtle in the net bag. He didn't waste time talking to the others. He got on a flying car that came to pick him up and left in a hurry. A few old men who were on good terms with Grandpa's son also got on their flying cars and chased after him. Silin left the place with the gray cat after completing the procedures and returning the items. That day, the news of the 98-year-old golden thread turtle in San Colombo's lake spread. Chapter 306. Silin and Hui Mao didn't stay on the other side of the lake. Soon, they took the school bus to another area. There were no more hotels to stay in. Many local residents would rent rooms at a high price, but Silin didn't plan on renting one. He and Hui Mao could spend the night lying on the wooden chairs in the square. After eating something, Silin and Hui Mao spent the night in a small park on campus. In fact, Hui Mao preferred to roll around on the grass. Silin didn't mind it. The little guy snacked on insects in the grass. The next morning, the weather was good. Silin arrived at his destination, the bookstore. A school's bookstore showed the school's style and history. The school's library wasn't open to the public, but Silin didn't mind. Many rare books could be found in the RAS stacks and databases. He just wanted to find a random bookstore to see the style of San Colombo and the students' hobbies. He wanted to know which topic he would choose to talk about. It was still early, but there were already some students in the bookstore quietly reading books. These students didn't look like nobles, and they didn't have any noble emblems. They didn't have powerful backgrounds, and they didn't have extraordinary talents. This meant that they would need to spend more time studying. Silin looked at the books on the bookshelf. Although a lot of them were purely electronic, the process of reading would leave a deeper impression on one's memory. Many people like to hold a book in their hands and make notes while reading. This was a process of memory strengthening, and not everyone had a memory like Silin. Silin looked at the books on the bookshelf. He had a general idea of the style of San Colombo. He chose a book about local customs and customs. Then, Silin went to the reading area and sat with the students. Of course, Silin's goal wasn't just to read. He looked at the books in the hands of the students and chatted with the people around him about the contents of the books. The others treated Silin as a student of San Colombo. They complained to each other about the difficulties they had recently encountered, and they would respond to Silin's questions. After sitting for 3 hours, around lunchtime, Silin bought a book and left the bookstore. He called Hui Mao, who was teasing the sparrows in the woods, and left the bookstore. They found a restaurant that was quite popular among the students to eat and drink afternoon tea. This restaurant wasn't the most popular, but pets were allowed in this restaurant. When Silin arrived, it wasn't the restaurant's peak hour, but there weren't many empty seats. They came to an empty table for two in the corner and ordered some snacks and food. Most of the service staff were not robots, but students who were doing part-time jobs here. A 17 or 18-year-old girl dressed in a restaurant uniform served food to Silin's table. At the same time, she was considerate enough to install a small cat chair on the table. Sillin ordered fish fillet, dried fish, seafood porridge, etc. for Hui Mao. This restaurant's fish steak was pretty good, and it was also one of the most popular dishes. Smack! A piece of fish steak fell into the bowl of a guy who was bragging to someone at a table. There were 7 or 8 people at that table, both men and women. The guy who was bragging felt that he had lost face in front of his female classmates. How dare someone pick a fish steak in his bowl? This was outrageous. Whose fish steak is it? That person stood up and looked around, but no one paid attention to him, and no one said anything. After all, many tables had ordered fish steaks, and a few tables were occupied by children. No one could tell which table had been chosen by that person. Seeing that the beautiful girls around him were still laughing with their hands over their mouths, the guy was so angry that his face turned green. He called the waiter over and asked to see the surveillance video. After a while, the waiter took out the surveillance footage for them to see, probably because he was worried about that person's identity. However, strangely enough, there was nothing suspicious on it at all. Then, the fish steak suddenly fell into his bowl. The guy was still grumbling, but he couldn't find anything suspicious. In the end, he had to give up. Sillin stared at the gray cat who was earnestly licking the seafood porridge in front of him. The fellow's ears were perked up and facing the direction of the table, and there was not a single piece of fish left on the plate. Just now, this guy had accidentally thrown the fish steak out of his mouth when he was using his claws to fork it. However, the restaurant surveillance video was nothing in front of Hui Mao, so it was impossible to find the truth from the video. Sillin held a cup of tea in his hand, and as he drank, he read the book he had bought. At this moment, a few more people walked into the dining hall. Celine looked over as if she sensed something. Oh, it's an old acquaintance again. Sensing Sillin's gaze, the other person also looked over. Big bro Sillin. It was Chang Little Four. Although Chang Little Four's current school wasn't San Colombo, it wasn't any worse. This time, he had heard that San Colombo had invited someone from the RAS to give a lecture, so he had dropped what he was doing and come with his classmates. When he saw Sillin, Chang Little Four greeted his classmates and walked over to Sillin. He didn't know too much about Sillin. He knew that Sillin had run into Lenani at Oleganuo's cousin's wedding, but Lenani didn't tell him too much about it because Sillin had instructed her not to. All she knew was that Sillin was currently at AF1. Hello, Wheeze. Chang Little Four had become more cheerful and confident. Although he still had a young face, he had matured a lot. To be able to enter an advanced education school at such a young age, his abilities couldn't be ignored. Hui Mao raised his head and looked at him. He shook his beard to show that he understood, then continued to lick his seafood porridge. Sillin pulled out another chair for Chang Little Four to sit in. He hadn't expected to run into Chang Little Four here. Big bro Sillin, what are you doing here? I heard from Lenani. AF1, you my idol. Chang Little Four's eyes sparkled. I had some business to attend to. I'll stay in San Colombo for a few days for the lecture. Then I'll come visit you guys, Sillin replied with a smile. Chang Little Four didn't think too much about it. He didn't even think that Sillin would be here to give a lecture. My classmates and I are also here to listen to the lecture, but we booked a hotel in advance. Otherwise, we'd be sleeping in the park by now. We slept in the park last night. Hui Mao raised his head and said without the slightest bit of embarrassment, Ahem, big bro Sillin, why don't you come with us? We have a lot of people, so we can squeeze a bit to get a seat. It's only a few days anyway. Besides, we'll only be sleeping at night. It's fine, don't worry about me. If I really need it, I can find a place no matter what. Chang Little Four thought about it. He had never heard of anyone in AF1 worrying about this. Besides, there weren't any poor students in AF1. Many people knew about the treatment of affiliated schools, and the most enviable of all was their treatment. We'll go to San Colombo's Thousand Flower Garden after dinner. Big bro Sillin, do you want to come with us later? Chang Little Four asked expectantly. Thousand Flower Garden was one of San Colombo's most famous scenic spots. Everyone who came to San Colombo would visit a few of the city's most famous scenic spots. Otherwise, it would be a shame. Since he didn't have much to do, Sillin agreed. Chang Little Four's classmates ranged from 12 to 13 years old to nearly 20 years old. It wasn't unusual. It was common to see such things in advanced education schools. At first, Chang Little Four's classmates looked down on Sillin. After all, Sillin wasn't wearing a noble emblem, and Sillin was a bit older than Chang Little Four. They were both in advanced education schools, but one was in his 20s while the other was in his teens. Everyone thought that Sillin's abilities were mediocre. However, when they heard that Sillin was from AF1, their attitudes immediately changed. Some admired him, some envied him, and some were jealous. But Sillin didn't bother to argue with them. As they were talking, Chang Little Four's communicator rang. After a while, Chang Little Four said to everyone, "They're here. Let's go." The they Chang Little Four mentioned were from the same school as him. The one who had just spoken to him was Lanani. Most of the people in San Colombo's Thousand Flower Garden were outsiders. It was likely that the people from the same school had already seen this place countless times. Little Four. As soon as Chang Little Four and the others got out of the car and entered Thousand Flower Garden, someone hurried over. It was none other than Lanani. She wasn't dressed in extravagant clothes, but her fresh appearance and pretty face were enough to attract a lot of people. Even though she was just a little girl, the family emblem she wore was enough to attract a lot of attention. However, she was a noble, so they couldn't act too rashly. Lanani, who was waiting at the entrance, was annoyed by the few people who were trying to strike up a conversation with her. When she saw Chang Four and the others get out of the car, she ignored them and picked up her floral dress as she strode towards them. "Who's that guy?" There was a group of people not far away. One of them had just put on his noble emblem and was about to approach Lanani, but Lanani's overly courteous demeanor was completely gone. She ran over to him with a smile. "I'm afraid you guys don't know this, but that kid in front of us is the one Lanani flirted with despite his noble status. He's just a commoner, and Lanani really doesn't care about her status. I can't believe a noble like her is so infatuated with that kid that she's forgotten her own name," said Sharapova. "Oh, Sharapova, you're not saying sour grapes, are you?" said another noble lady sarcastically. Sharapova's expression froze for a moment, then turned into one of disdain. "No way. How can nobles like that commoner? You think everyone's as stupid as Lanani?" "TSK, I thought it was something else." The noble young master glanced at the noble emblem he was wearing out of the corner of his eye, then looked at Xianxia, who was chatting with Lanani intimately. His eyes clouded over. "Killing that brat is as easy as killing an ant. Don't go too far. I heard Chang Little Four is a commoner, but he has a backer," said another noble. "A backer? Even if he does, can he be more powerful than cousin?" Everyone turned to look at the person standing in the middle of the group and fell silent. Lanani ignored everyone else out of habit. After talking to Chang Little Four for a while, she turned to Chang Little Four's classmates and told them about the day's schedule. However, when she turned to look at Sillin, she froze and reflexively bowed. "Your Highness, Sillin, long time no see, Lanani." Sillin stopped Lanani before she could finish her bow. Not far away, the group was discussing how to teach Chang Little Four a lesson when the person in the middle saw Lanani's movement. He stopped twirling his cup and asked in a low voice, "Who's that?" The people around them said they didn't know, but Sharapova thought for a moment and remembered. "He's Chang Little Four's brother or something. He used to visit Chang Little Four at school." She suddenly remembered something horrifying and paled. "Fisk, he's just a commoner." The noble young master swallowed the rest of his words when his cousin, who was standing in the middle, glared at him. "Continue, Sharapova. Say what you know." Thomas didn't even look at the others. He kept his eyes on the people at the entrance of Myriad Flower View Garden. In the past, Chang Little Four and the others were friends with the prince of the Fire Eagle royal family. Many people did not agree with Chavarus's words. How could a commoner be able to be friends with his royal highness? They'd only exchanged a few words at most. How could they be friends with the prince? "Continue," Thomas shouted in a low voice, interrupting the discussion. Seeing that Thomas was about to lose his temper, the others didn't say anything. Sharapova didn't know much about what happened in Balenbader back then. She only told them what she knew, and most of it was just rumors. Thomas's eyes flickered. It wouldn't be a big deal if that person was friends with the royal family. After all, There were many nobles who were friends with the royal family. However, he clearly saw that Lenani's unfinished bow was an etiquette for a member of the royal family. Not counting on the idiots around him, Thomas walked over with his cup in hand. However, there were too many people with Silen's group, so he decided to follow them for now and find a chance to test them later. With Thomas's warning, the others didn't act rashly. However, just because they didn't go over didn't mean that Silen didn't know that they were being watched. It was just that Silen wasn't in the mood to pay attention to them. With Silen around, Lenani was a lot more restrained. Others might not know, but she knew how important Silen was. Even now, she still didn't know who Silen was, but someone who could call Prince Windiska by his nickname and hang out with the other three princes so casually. Seeing that Lenani was a lot quieter after Silen appeared, everyone thought it was because she was shy to see Chong Little Four's family. Little did they know that Lenani's back was drenched in cold sweat, especially when the girls made fun of Silen. Lenani's face paled, and she carefully watched Silen's expression. She didn't know anything in the past, but ever since that incident, Lenani's reverence for Silen was clearly excessive. The Garden of 10,000 Flowers was indeed beautiful, and it was a landscape garden that had been built over hundreds of years. Although it could not be compared to the natural landscape planet of Gaga's cousin's house. In this era where technology had brought about a high degree of artificial decoration, the natural landscape with a long history had become a precious treasure. After all, Thousand Flower Garden wasn't as stunning anymore. However, Chong Little Four and the others were happy to see it. They even took pictures as souvenirs. After watching for a while with Chong Little Four, Silen's communicator rang. Silen greeted Chong Little Four and walked to a quiet place nearby to answer the call. As soon as Silen left, the girls asked Little Four about Silen. In terms of looks, Silen was above average, and he wasn't too distant from others. He looked like a gentleman. Don't talk about things you shouldn't talk about, Lenani shouted. What's wrong, Lenani? The girls found Lenani's reaction strange, but she refused to say anything. Chong Little Four stared thoughtfully at Silen not far away. Guanfeng was the one who was looking for Silen. Since San Colombo hadn't received any communication from Silen yet, they were worried that the invitation would be canceled. They nervously asked the RAS's administrators for an answer, and the administrators contacted Guanfeng in hopes that he could give them a definite answer. Otherwise, the people of San Colombo wouldn't be able to rest easy. After all, they had already advertised and promoted the invitation. Wouldn't it be a slap in the face and a joke if the invitation was canceled? After he hung up with Silen, Guanfeng informed the school that the people they had sent were already in the city. The higher-ups of the school panicked. This wasn't like this before. Why did they sneak into San Colombo without a word? Too many people had entered San Colombo recently, so they hadn't been able to find out who exactly it was. Guanfeng didn't divulge any information either. He only told them that he would contact them when the time came. No worries? How is that possible? That's even more worrying. Is the RAS going to make a secret visit? If they angered this esteemed guest of the RAS, San Colombo's reputation would plummet. It would greatly affect San Colombo's ranking in the 23rd star region. Thomas, who was watching from the other side, couldn't figure out which family Celine belonged to no matter how hard he tried. He had studied the members of the royal family before, but there was no such person in his memories. Just as Thomas was deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. Thomas? What are you doing? The newcomer was a nobleman who studied at San Colombo. His status couldn't be lower than Thomas's. Thomas thanked the newcomer but didn't say anything. Suddenly, Thomas smiled and called out to the person who was about to leave. He pointed in the direction Silen was standing and asked, Do you know who that person is? Hongxi stared suspiciously at Thomas's sudden change of expression. He looked in the direction Thomas was pointing at. Who are you talking about? Which one? Don't tell me you've fallen for a kid who hasn't even grown up yet. Thomas? You won't even let a kid go. Fuck me. Hongxi waved Thomas away before he could finish his sentence. He sprinted toward the direction Thomas was pointing at while shouting, Ah, my idol, my idol. Silen had just ended the call and was wondering if he should contact the school when he saw the head of a colorful airplane running toward him. He looked around and noticed that Silen was the only person within range. Who the hell is that? Chapter 307. Looking at the guy in front of him who was wearing blinding clothes, had colorful hair, a shiny noble emblem, and was smiling like an idiot, Celine tried hard to recall who this guy was, but he still couldn't figure out who this guy was. Airplane Head was panting heavily after he ran in front of Celine. His face was so excited that it was a little red. "You're Celine? The Celine who's driving Vegfritter?" Celine glanced suspiciously at the jet in front of him before nodding. "I am. This is great. I finally got to meet my idol." The pilot jumped up and down excitedly. Then, he rubbed his hands, straightened his clothes, and performed a normal noble salute. It wasn't the kind of salute Lenani would give a royal descendant, but a normal noble salute. Even though it was just a normal noble salute, the person who saluted him was full of admiration. After listening to Xianxia for a while, Celine finally understood why the guy knew him. Xianxia was a flying car enthusiast himself, and he had attended the grand flying car race held by the Sizer family. However, there were too many nobles and upper-class nobles there, and Xia's family wasn't in the upper class. He didn't have any connections, so he wasn't able to attend the race with Jin, Xingming, and the others. There were so many people watching the race, so Celine didn't pay attention to every corner of the stands. After learning the whole story, Celine smiled and chatted with Xianxia for a while. Then, he excused himself and went to Chang Little Four's place. "You know him, Xianxia?" Thomas came over and asked. Xianxia was still staring at Celine with admiration. He said, "He's my idol. Do you know why Vegfritter is so popular right now?" Thomas thought for a moment before looking at Xianxia. Because of him, Thomas wasn't a flying car enthusiast, but he would occasionally pay attention to large flying car races. He had heard about the rise of Vegfritter. If I remember correctly, that race was mainly because of Naimi of the Sizer family, wasn't it? Thomas said, "What do you know? Naimi is just the navigator. Celine is the driver. Do you understand what a driver is?" It was exactly because Xianxia was crazy about flying cars that he wanted to learn more about them. "Celine? What's his background?" "I don't think he's wearing a noble emblem." Most nobles would wear noble emblems when they were outside. Of course, some people didn't wear them because they found it troublesome or prefer to keep a low profile. I don't know about that. But after the race, I saw him with the three princes. They looked really close. Thomas's eyebrows shot up when he heard Xia's words. Celine didn't care what the people behind him were saying. He checked the time and realized that it was about time to contact San Colombo. After bidding farewell to Chang Little Four and the others, Celine left Myriad Flower View Garden with a gray cat and arrived at a relatively quiet park. There weren't many people in the park at this time of day. As soon as they received the location information, the people from San Colombo didn't care whether it was real or not. They immediately sent people to meet them. However, when their flying car stopped at the place Celine had mentioned, they only saw a young man lying on a bench under a tree, reading a book. At first glance, they dismissed Celine as a student of San Colombo. But when they looked around, there were only a few people there, and there was no one there. Whoosh! A flying car landed there, and the principal of San Colombo hurried over from his flying car. Seeing that the people who had arrived earlier were still in a daze, he asked angrily, "Where are they?" Normally speaking, the headmaster didn't need to be in such a hurry to receive visitors. He himself had a noble background, and his influence in the 23rd Star region wasn't bad either. However, it was Guanfeng from the Royal Academy of Sciences who was on shift duty this time, and apparently, Guanfeng had sent his favorite student instead. Guanfeng's reputation was growing day by day in the academic circle. Most academics had heard of him even if they weren't in their own field, not to mention the fact that he was an imperial tutor. The headmaster didn't dare act carelessly. If he offended Guanfeng's favorite student, Guanfeng only needed to say a few bad things about him in the academic circle, and he wouldn't be able to keep his position for long. There were plenty of people fighting for the position. Everyone was still at a loss when they heard the headmaster's question. "I don't see anyone around here who looks like they belong to the RAS." In the past, the people from the RAS were escorted by their own personal guards, and most of them carried a sense of superiority that they couldn't hide. But when they looked around carefully, they realized that there was no one who fit the image they had in mind. Moreover, The people they had sent to greet this time were either experienced or had borrowed experience from others. They specifically picked middle-aged, weak-looking people with guards and a conceited aura. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. Just as the San Colombo headmaster was growing anxious, he saw a young man reading on a wooden chair close his book and walk over to him. The headmaster squeezed out a smile and made himself look friendly. "Excuse me, did you see anyone around here just now?" Instead of answering the headmaster's question directly, Sillin said, "May I ask if you're Headmaster Flick?" "I am." There were a lot of people in San Colombo who knew Flick, so Flick didn't suspect Sillin at all. After confirming the headmaster's identity, Sillin took out a document and said, "I'm the one who came here this time. I believe my tutor has already contacted you." Flick's smile froze on his face. He took the document from Sillin's hand and looked at it blankly. Then he looked at Sillin, looked at the document again, looked at Sillin again, and then looked again. It wasn't that Flick was being overly stubborn, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Sillin ever since he stepped foot into the world of education. Speaking of which, Sillin looked about the same as most of the students in their school, and he didn't feel the arrogant aura of the people from the RES. Most importantly of all, Sillin was young. Not everyone could look like a young man at his age like that old monster Guanfeng. The young man before him was only in his 20s, and he hadn't even graduated from AF1 yet. "You're Sillin, the honorary scholar Guan Feng sent here to give a lecture?" Flick asked carefully. "I am." Flick wasn't the only one who was stunned. Everyone else who had come to greet him looked sluggish as well. It was infuriating to compare oneself to another. Although he was still skeptical, there would be a video conference before the lecture. Both the school and the RES representatives would be present, so there was no way he could fake it. Flick politely invited Sillin to the conference venue despite his skepticism. There were still a lot of things to discuss, so the sooner he confirmed it, the sooner he could be at ease. Some people in the park saw a couple of flying cars belonging to the higher-ups of the school flying over and over again. They didn't know what they were doing, but it felt like they were in a hurry. Did a fight break out between nobles again? Many people hurriedly packed up their things and left the place. They didn't want to get involved in a fight between nobles. Anyone who got involved was bound to suffer. Flick led Sillin to the meeting room of San Colombo's higher-ups. When he arrived, a couple of retired vice principals and a few old men who were still influential in the 23rd Star Region's academic circle were already present. Sun Fu had been studying the golden thread tortoise with his old friends at home. He had ignored the higher-ups' attempts to communicate with him, but the higher-ups had stopped him at his doorstep and brought him here. He was still sulking, but when he saw Sillin carefully escorted by Flick, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Flick introduced Sillin to everyone, and as expected, the room was filled with a strange atmosphere. Everyone's gazes swept across Sillin like a scanner. After greeting them, Sillin took his seat and looked at Sun Fu, one of the retired elderly people diagonally across from him. Sillin nodded and greeted him with a smile. Sun Fu shivered. A chill ran down his spine. Is this guy really an honorary scholar of the RES? No wonder he was lucky enough to catch 100-year golden thread tortoise in the lake. Sillin would be depressed if he knew this. What does being an honorary scholar of the RES have to do with being lucky enough to catch a golden thread tortoise? The video conference was held between San Colombo and Sillin on one side and the RES lecturer on the other. He had heard about it from the people in the institute before, so he wasn't surprised when Guan Feng sent Sillin over to give a talk. He greeted Guan Feng in the most natural way possible. The atmosphere in the room grew even weirder. However, Sillin's status as an honorary scholar was confirmed after this conference. Everyone sighed with emotion. They had always thought that San Colombo had produced a lot of geniuses, but Sillin's talent surprised them. Sillin was about the same age as their sons and grandsons, but he was already an honorary scholar of the RES. After the conference was over, Sun Fu looked like he wanted to talk to Sillin, but didn't know how to do it. He took a long time to prepare himself, but another dean of the School of Microbiology pushed him aside and beat him to it. Sun Fu was so angry that he slammed his walking stick on the ground a few times. Maybe the others didn't know that the dean of San Colombo's School of Microbiology had contacted the person who held the mysterious civilian summit after confirming Silen's identity. Up until now, no one in the field of microbiology and viruses had come up with a better third-generation medicine than the zebra virus. Everyone said that the third-generation medicine was the perfect cure for the zebra virus. It wasn't easy to meet the person in person today, so how could he let this opportunity slip by? After chatting with a few people for a while, Silin looked at Sun Fu, who was still sitting next to him. "How's the golden thread tortoise going, old Mr. Sun?" Silin asked with a smile. It's going well." Sun Fu wanted to find a hole to hide in. Back then, because of the golden thread tortoise incident, his tone wasn't very good. He had even detained Silin's golden thread tortoise. Originally, he planned to return it after the research was done and give Silin some compensation. He didn't expect the kid to hide it so well. Seeing that Silin wasn't as difficult to talk to as the people at the RAS, Sun Fu gradually relaxed. It didn't take long for him to talk to Silin about the golden thread tortoise. No one in the room wanted to hear the word "suck up to," but in fact everyone couldn't help but do it. It wasn't easy to meet a young man, so how could they let him go? However, it didn't take long before the old fellows realized that Celine was too cunning. He was playing Tai Chi with you. If you asked about academics, fine, you could talk about many fields. But if you asked about other things, I'm sorry, I can't answer. Although they didn't manage to get any useful information out of Silin, they had to admit that Silin was a very capable person. It was no wonder that he was able to get to the position everyone dreamed of at such a young age. Over the next few days, Silin stayed with the school officials at San Colombo. The date of the talk was getting closer and closer. A lot of people who were interested in Silin had come to San Colombo, and Flick had been on high alert lately. He was afraid that something bad would happen to Silin during this period of time. While paying attention to the school's internal affairs, he also contacted his family to investigate Silin. Although the information was still incomplete, Flick's face was like a chrysanthemum blossoming every time he saw Silin. It was a sight that gave everyone goosebumps. Still, everyone could guess why Flick treated Silin this way. On the day of the talk, San Colombo's largest academic hall was already overcrowded. Many people who didn't manage to get a ticket were loitering outside. They wanted to see what the people from the RAS looked like. An aircraft slowly approached. The design of the aircraft was rather formal, with San Colombo's school emblem on it. As soon as the aircraft appeared, the people waiting outside craned their necks. Since people weren't allowed to bring too many photographic equipment into the hall, the entrance inspection was very strict. This was something Flick had specifically instructed them to do. The aircraft flew over the crowd and stopped at the designated landing site. Not many people would be able to enter this place, so it was a pity that they couldn't see the people who were coming. The hatch of the aircraft opened, and a group of people walked out. "Hey, which one is it?" "I don't know. I can't tell." Several patrolling officers at the landing site talked to each other. The lights in the academic hall changed, and the noisy hall suddenly fell silent. The door on the side of the podium opened, and a group of people walked in. They took their seats at the front of the hall. Their names were displayed on the seats. Everything was done according to the rules. The group of people attracted attention as soon as they entered the hall. Therefore, Silin, who was walking with a group of middle-aged and elderly people, was very conspicuous, apart from the hostess, who wouldn't pay attention to someone who could walk with these influential figures in San Colombo. "Hey, Little Four, why does that person look so familiar?" Chong Little Four's classmate said, nudging him with his elbow. Chong Little Four stared in that direction without saying a word. Thomas, Hong Shi, and the others were also shocked. Was that a special guest? While a lot of people were guessing Silin's identity, Flick walked up to the stage and gave a formulaic speech. Then, the big screen behind him displayed the speaker's information, and Silin's image gradually popped up in the middle of the school's upper echelons. The image gradually grew bigger, and the introduction information appeared. Silin, an honorary scholar of the RAS, currently studying at the first affiliated school of the RAS. His research results, the hall was silent. Chapter 308, Honorary Scholar? So this is the guy San Colombo is welcoming to? The RAS's main speaker this time? Are you kidding me? A deafening commotion broke out after the silence. The information on the big screen didn't show Silen's true age, but everyone knew that Silen was in his early 20s. The fact that he hadn't graduated from AF1 meant that he wasn't too old, and that he wasn't some old monster who pretended to be young. The fact that he was already an honorary scholar of the RAS at such a young age made many old pedants who had come from afar feel a little ashamed. The fact that he was accepted into AF1 was enough to make them grit their teeth in anger. The more information they saw on the screen, the more they wanted to grab the guy by the collar and ask him, "How the hell did you grow up?" Someone noticed that Silen's minor column was Guan Feng and exclaimed in shock. No wonder he had achieved so much. He was Guan Feng's student. His research results weren't great, but every one of them was eye-catching. The most eye-catching of them all was the developer and project leader of the Zebra virus first, second, and third generation medicine. Before Silen joined the RAS, Guan Feng would sometimes assign him some tasks. Sometimes it was related to mechanical weapons, and sometimes it was related to other construction materials. Either way, it was enough to rank him in the RAS's annual ranking. It was just that Guan Feng had always thought of them as small frivolities, so he didn't take them to heart. He was only bringing them out now to make up for the occasion. In the eyes of Neo and the others, they were nothing more than small frivolities back in middle school. If everyone present knew what Guan Feng and Neo were thinking right now, would they vomit blood? Some of the students Silen ran into when he was walking around San Colombo a few days ago were feeling very excited right now. No one would have thought that someone like this would be sitting next to them. In particular, the group of students he met on the lake when he was fishing and the students who were discussing problems together in the bookstore were now pulling the people next to them to talk about what happened at that time, which made others very envious. It was an honor to be able to talk to someone like this. Chang Little Four watched the man calmly walk up the stage. Since when did Silen reach such a level without anyone noticing? Originally, he had thought that Silen was just a technician who knew a little about maintenance. Later on, he guessed that he might be a noble, and not just any noble at that. However, Chang Little Four had never imagined that Silen would have such results. Chang Little Four had heard his grandfather say that Silen was not a simple man, but now it seemed that it was not his background but his strength. It seemed that no one could see through Silen's true strength. Compared to the information displayed on the screen, his noble background was nothing more than a dim decoration. At least, that was what Chang Little Four thought. In the past, Chang Little Four would always think, what does a dream look like? Perhaps it was just like the person on the platform. There was no need for luxurious clothing or shiny noble emblems. The current Silen was like an unstoppable luminous object, so bright that no one dared to look at him directly. This person, who used to be quiet and unknown, had already shown his brilliance in this circle. This kid is really something. Zhu Ming and Tuo-san were sitting in a corner. They weren't conspicuous, and Tuo-san wasn't wearing a military uniform. What do you think they will think if they find out that Silen has a close relationship with the Jin family and is half a member of the royal family? Zhu Ming asked with a smile. Tuo-san didn't answer. Instead, he asked, do you know what the fact that Silen is Guan Feng's student means? Guan Feng has a very high reputation in the academic world. He can be said to be an authoritative figure. Zhu Ming's smile slowly disappeared as he spoke. He narrowed his eyes and looked a little serious. A while later, Zhu Ming uttered a word, Purgatory Thunder Snake. Very few people knew that the Purgatory Thunder Snake series was more than just a gun. Zhu Ming had once been able to get close enough to understand the Purgatory Thunder Snake, but he was eliminated later on. Seeing that Tuo-san was smiling without saying anything, Zhu Ming knew that his guess was correct. He smiled again, but his eyes were a little more inquisitive. What model is that guy using? I heard it's... Tuo-san drew a letter with his finger. Zhu Ming's pupils shrank in disbelief. The ones who were the most shocked of all were the people who were with Thomas that day. Although they weren't completely ignorant, the so-called lecture was just a show of face to prove that they weren't illiterate. Their identity and background meant that they didn't need to pay attention to most people at all. But now, they couldn't be more thankful that Thomas had stopped them that day. She felt very wronged when she saw everyone staring at her. She didn't know that Scylla had such an identity. If she had, she would have taken the initiative to attack him. The discussion inside the academic hall didn't stop, and it was growing louder and louder. Sun Fu sat in his seat and spun his walking stick. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward. It looked like these people finally understood what he was feeling back then. Completely unaffected by the discussion inside the academic hall, Scylla calmly walked up to the front of the stage with a smile on his face. People kept clapping and cheering as he walked up. There was a setting on the armrest of each seat. When someone touched it, they would clap. In addition to clapping, there were also several cheering options. In the past, when he was listening to a lecture in this academic hall, a drowsy person would divert some of his attention to pay attention to other people's movements. Whenever he heard the applause and cheers, he would choose to respond in kind. But now, Scylla could see and hear that everyone was clapping with their hands instead of using that electronic voice to brush him off. Scylla stood in front of the podium, looked around the hall, and bowed toward the venue. "Thank you for giving me your own applause." Following this bow, the voices below became even louder, and there was applause everywhere. Perhaps most of the applause this time was given by some young admirers, but this was just the beginning, wasn't it? After a simple introduction, Scylla began his lecture. The atmosphere of his lecture was divided into 3 categories. The first category was the content of his research, such as the synthesis and development of virus agents. The second category was related to some topics outside of the research content. The third category was interaction. The audience would ask questions, and Scylla would answer them. The first category, when describing the development and clinical application of virus agents, also involved a lot of life problems. He talked about the reactions of people with different physiques to different viruses. He talked about some people who didn't survive the recent zebra virus and were in a subhealth state. He talked about some rescue measures in the face of virus disasters that many people didn't know about. He didn't put on airs. He didn't use many unfamiliar words. He only used some simple words to express the content that needed to be said so that everyone could better understand. There was no so-called speech script. Most of the time, Scylla didn't even look at the projection displayed on the big screen behind him. While Scylla was speaking, the light and shadow molecular model in his hands was enlarged on the big screen. Every group, every chemical bond, and the related effects of the change in bond energy were explained in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Moreover, he interspersed some of his experience with the information so that everyone could better understand what he was talking about. The researchers in the relevant fields were skeptical at first, but gradually they became deeply immersed in it. Some of them even hurriedly recorded the key points. Scylla's explanation had given them a flash of inspiration in their minds. It was not to be underestimated or ignored. The discussion gradually died down, and everyone's attention began to enter a state of mind following Scylla's explanation. They brought themselves into the story, into the planet that was filled with despair and darkness amidst the plague of the virus, into the world that was waiting for a savior. Everyone wanted to be a savior, but most of the time, people couldn't even take care of themselves. This had nothing to do with bravery or cowardice. Apart from the virus and medicine, Scylla also talked about Guanfeng's famous research product, the Purgatory Thunder Snake. He mainly introduced the first 2 types of guns. At the same time, he also brought a piece of news to everyone. The Purgatory Thunder Snake would be added into the system of a couple of popular large-scale gunplay simulation games in the Empire. He also reminded everyone that not everyone could control the Purgatory Thunder Snake, so they had to be mentally prepared. There were no fewer people who loved guns than cars. Scylla's words had undoubtedly made a lot of people itch in their hearts. Even Tuo Sun and Zhu Ming were starting to sharpen their knives. They couldn't miss the chance to see just how hard the legendary Purgatory Thunder Snake was to control. After the lecture was over, there was a short break. Since not many people had left to go to the washroom earlier, the washrooms were filled to the brim when it was time to rest. In fact, it was far more crowded than Flick had imagined. There was no helping it. In order to leave a better impression on Sillin and the people who had come from afar, Flick had temporarily transferred a batch of portable washrooms over. During the break, some people went to the communication area to contact the people outside, but no one left the hall. After all, they couldn't come back in. The people outside could see the situation through the live broadcast, but they couldn't feel it as deeply as the people inside the hall. Xianxia took out his communicator and contacted a few of his buddies who hadn't made it to the party this time. He told them about Sillin. His idol was his idol after all. Not only was he a good driver, he was also a member of the RAS. The people who heard Xianxia's words were so regretful that their teeth ached. Xianxia had just finished showing off when he walked into the hall and saw Sillin. He was about to run over and ask for some flying experience when he suddenly came to a sudden halt. Xianxia wouldn't have bothered if Sillin was chatting with the leaders of the school, but he froze when he saw the man's face. Xianxia didn't have the courage to provoke New Hatch Tosin. Your idol seems to have hidden himself deeper than you think. Thomas came over and said. Xianxia shot Thomas a glance and ignored him. He continued to look for opportunities to strike up a conversation. He didn't know much about academic content, but he did learn a lot today. It was much better than what his rigid teachers taught him. Even if he couldn't put it to practical use, he could still use it to pick up girls. After the break, Sillin began his lecture on the second category. It had nothing to do with research content. He talked about a lot of sensitive topics that no one dared to talk about normally. Before I came here, my Minerguan phone told me to speak loudly, don't hold back. That's why I'm standing here right now. Sillin talked about the current state of the academic world. He didn't want to admit it, but it was true that the academic world was no longer pure anymore. He talked about the marginalization of academics, the dreams most academics had when they first chose this path, and the reality they were feeling now. When a noble's son can slap an old professor who has taught for decades in public without any scruples, more educators will wonder why they chose this path in the first place. Academia isn't an unreachable, unattainable freak formed by the accumulation of specialized words. It can exist everywhere. Nobles, non-nobles, academics, non-academics, smart, stupid, rich, poor, young, old, no matter who it is, there are no limits. Once I was blocked by a couple of racing nobles and used as a target. Fortunately, my driving skills were slightly better than theirs, and I managed to shake them off. Later, I asked the princes of the royal family, and I asked, do you guys do this normally? They said, how is that possible? What's the point? It wasn't just about non-nobles. It was also about the upper-class nobles. Sillin knew that there were some words that could only be said when one stood at a certain height. There were some things that could only be done when one reached a certain height before they would be more meaningful. Otherwise, the only thing that could be said was death, or a life worse than death. In a corner, Zhu Ming sighed emotionally. What a monstrous age. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful in the future. While Sillin was speaking, some media outlets had already begun to report to their superiors because some of the things that Sillin said were things that even they didn't dare to speak carelessly. Therefore, when the people outside the conference hall were watching the live broadcast with relish, there was an interruption of an advertisement. Fuck, there's an advertisement in the live broadcast. It's not time to rest now. Hey, what's going on? What's wrong with the media? I don't know. Is it the same outside the conference hall? It seems that other than the people inside the conference hall, even the venue outside the academic hall can't be watched. Many people began to complain to the media, but they found that there was only a sweet, unhurried human service voice that kept repeating. Many people were so angry that they directly smashed their communicators. Some people went to inquire as nobles, but they were blocked. Gradually, everyone found that things didn't seem to be so simple. The academic hall had been cut off from the outside world, but deafening applause resounded again and again. The civil summit regarding the zebra virus had brought the empire to a climax, and today, a historic lecture had been held in the largest academic hall in San Colombo. Perhaps after the lecture, people would forget about Sillin and the lecture for a few years, a few decades, or even longer. However, Every detail of the lecture had been recorded in the Hall of Fame. It was so that everyone who came to listen to the lecture would know that a lecture had taken place here. The applause didn't stop. The second category didn't last too long, but he mentioned a lot of people, including the seemingly mischievous but stubborn Naimi. It was just that Sillin didn't mention any of them by name. Those who were familiar with Sillin might be able to match their names with each other. But the main point was that this speech had given both nobles and non-nobles a clearer understanding. After the second category was over, Sillin turned down Flick's offer of a break and went straight to the third category, interactive questions. There were a lot of questions. In fact, the questioners almost started arguing with each other. Sillin would give a certain amount of explanation to everyone's questions. However, when it came to personal secrets, questions like what proof do you have, and especially questions like life choices, Sillin would not answer them directly. That was their own life. If they themselves did not understand it, then why would Sillin mention it? Moreover, now was not the time to mention these things. Perhaps they would understand it soon. Rumor had it that a lot of people refused to end the lecture when the allotted time was up. Hongxi tried to squeeze his way to talk to Sillin, but he was shoved away. Once the allotted time was up, Sillin left without saying anything. Sillin thought that no one here could stop him if he wanted to leave. Flick turned around and discovered that Sillin was gone. He and Huimao slipped out of the hall. When no one was looking, a space plane flew over and left again. You've offended a lot of people this time, I think. Huimao wagged his tail. So what? Coach Guan said that there's no need to worry. Plus, they can't do anything to us no matter how angry they are. Sillin didn't mind it at all. Some of the words were relayed to Guan Feng, and Sillin agreed with Guan Feng's point of view. That was why he was afraid that he would offend a lot of people if he said it out loud, especially some nobles and local management. Sillin's communicator rang while they were talking. Sillin smiled and accepted the call after reading the message. You've offended a lot of people today, Sillin. Tu Asen's image appeared on the screen. However, he didn't look worried at all. In fact, he looked a bit expectant. I know, but there are too many parasites here. It's time to clean them up. That's none of my business. Really? I'm afraid you can't stay out of it whether you do or not. I've received some news that your return may not be smooth. Tuasan gloated. Emin got it. Tuasan looked curiously at Sillin. Seeing that Sillin didn't look worried at all, he asked, Aren't you going to apply for protection from the 23rd MR? No need. You sure are conceited. This is called confidence. Suit yourself. A pause later, Tuasan saw that Sillin looked calm and unworried. This made him even more curious. Aren't you going to visit your old friends? Yeah, but I need to take care of some small problems first. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed to death. Tuasan had an odd look on his face. I really don't know what you're thinking. Thank you for your kindness. Thanks my ass. Go on and be careful. Those guys are very sneaky. It's fine. They won't let them go back. After ending the call, Tuasan fell into deep thought. He just couldn't figure out who was behind Sillin. Guan Feng couldn't do it alone. The Jin family? The Jin family wouldn't be directly involved in this. Plus, they didn't have much influence in the 23rd star region. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. What on earth was Sillin thinking? Suddenly, Tuasen's heart skipped a beat. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Could it be that the royal family allowed this? If that was the case, then a lot of people were going to suffer this time. After thinking for a while, Tuasen contacted a few people. Tell them to behave themselves and not take on any missions. Think of it as a holiday. Anyone who disobeys can get lost. Senator, tell them to watch out for someone. It wasn't just Senator, although the Thomas family's interests were also affected. Thomas contacted them in time and suppressed them. Some people were watching from the sidelines, some were hesitating, some were planning, and some were already taking action. The battle had begun in a place where most people weren't paying attention. Not long after, the nobles who had sent out the first batch of people didn't return at all. Their disappearance was very strange. Then, some nobles received news that almost all the people they had sent out had been wiped out. More importantly, the 23rd MR's army didn't move at all. How was this possible? How could a mere honorary scholar of the Royal Academy of Sciences do something like this when a military wasn't around? What kind of person was Silin? What kind of background did he have? What gave him the courage to do something like this? Therefore, some people began to think deeply, and some gave up. Wasn't it just a short-term interest? Let's avoid this incident first and continue after the storm has died down. Some people contacted a few famous nobles in the capital, but they didn't receive any definite information. Or rather, most of the nobles there hadn't even paid attention to the matter before this. Jin Xingming and the other two were having fun in the bar. That guy sure is bold. I can't believe he said something like that. What's there to be afraid of? If I knew better, I would have said the same thing. A worm should be pulled out as soon as possible. Tisk, why don't you think about how many people are involved in this? But how'd he take care of it? Curious, very curious. Did you get in touch with him, Xingming? Bell asked. No, he disappeared mysteriously after his speech, but I'm sure nothing happened to him. My family wouldn't be this quiet otherwise. That's true. Oftentimes, people who looked stubborn on the outside actually understood certain things better than anyone else. Inside the palace, the emperor looked at the information in his hand and smiled. He said to the guard captain beside him, "Let him be. He knows what he's doing. You don't have to interfere." The emperor didn't refuse Silin's request to remove some people. Will things go a lot smoother if we remove these people? Of course, some trends have to be curbed by force. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to do so, but Silin can. Guanfeng's face was on the screen in front of the emperor. That's fine. That kid is truly in charge now. But I want to see results when the time comes. While everyone was secretly paying attention to Silin, Silin and Huimao had arrived at Old Chang's planet. It was a very remote place, and not many people knew what Silin had done. In fact, Silin's speech was only known to a small group of people. Moreover, the speech had been cut off halfway, so no one dared to spread it outside of the academic conference hall. That was why there were even fewer people who knew about Silin. It was still the same planet, and it was still the same region. Not much had changed. Silin arrived at Old Chang's shop along the familiar route after the spaceplane landed. The shop's business was pretty good. Even from afar, Silin could hear the three brats talking as if they were asking for credit, and Old Chang's laughter. Judging from their voices, they seemed to be in good health. The employee Silin had hired before he left was still there. He was greeting customers. I didn't recognize Silin at first. He wasn't familiar with Silin after all. Two service robots were passing parts to him. I walked over and said, "Welcome. What can I do for you?" However, before Alai could continue to ask, the three little kids behind him rushed over with eagerness. Big Brother Silin, why are you here? Grandpa, Big Brother Silin is back. Chang Xiaoba shouted into the shop. Chang Xiaoba was already studying outside. Only the three little kids were often at home. However, from the looks of it, they kept in touch often and didn't seem too sad. Hearing Chang Xiaoba shout, Old Chang couldn't care less about repairing the flying car. He quickly ran out. Old Chang's son was quite healthy. His living conditions were good, and his body was much better. The three little kids had grown a lot taller. Although Silin had brought some toys, they still liked to play claw stacking with Huimao. After visiting Old Chang and his family for a night, Silin bid them farewell and left. Before leaving the planet, Silin went to the civilian area. The layout hadn't changed much. It was still the same spider web. However, the area around the garbage dump had expanded. Compared to the slow development of the city, the civilian area was retreating, repeating their simple lives day after day. Some people were extremely satisfied, while others were full of resentment. Without staying for too long, Silin left the planet. He wasn't worried that those people would attack Old Chang's family. There were people in the dark protecting them. Silin, where are we going now? Are we going back? Huimao asked. I'm afraid not. We'll meet the robbers. Huimao's eyes lit up. He immediately replied, Then we won't go back. We're the robbers. We'll meet them soon. It was indeed soon. When Silin was eating Chinese food in a restaurant on a planet, he found poison in the food. However, Silin ate it as if he didn't know it. Huimao didn't mind. This kind of poison was nothing to them. After leisurely eating Chinese food, Sillin left the restaurant with Hui Mao. They walked to a deserted place, and the 3 robots appeared. Are they all taken care of? Yes. That's good. Send a message to their master. Tell him that I'll be looking for him soon. Yes. The 3 robots disappeared again, as if they had never appeared. When they were flying away from the planet, a small fleet intercepted them. There were no insignias on the fleet's starships and aircraft. There was nothing special about them, but they were fully armed. Chapter 309. The other party had no intention of negotiating and opened fire as soon as they arrived. However, before they could open fire, Sillin's spaceplane turned invisible. Then, it was as if it had disappeared. They could not see or scan it. The cannons fired in all directions, hoping to hit the hidden spaceplane, but in the end, they all shot into the distance, toward the debris in space. After a series of random shots, the first huge explosion appeared in the fleet, followed by a second and a third. No one in the fleet knew why this happened. It was inexplicably frightening. When all the starships and spaceplanes in the fleet exploded, everything calmed down. Sillin's spaceplane reappeared in the distance, and in a few other places, robots appeared one after another, followed by a small starship. The robots completed their mission and reported to Sillin before flying back to the starship to complete their next mission. Similar things happened many times, but Sillin was already used to it. Not long after the robots left, Sillin received a call from Shikai. Sillin, what are you planning to do? Sillin did not answer. Instead, he asked, have you thought about what happened last time? Shikai paused. Give me some more time. Sure. Sillin did not mind Shikai dragging it out for so long. He had his own plans. Do you still need robots? No, these are enough for now. Shikai sighed. There are people in Black Viper who are not satisfied with what you are doing. Although their opposition will not have much effect, I hope you can think more before you act. Sillin smiled. Are you warning me? I don't have the guts. You are now one of the 3 leaders. If you think it's right, then do it. If you need more robots, contact me directly. Okay. After talking for a while, Sillin ended the call and sat in his chair to think. Hui Mao, who was resting on a shelf next to him, looked up at Sillin and said, that guy really took a long time to think. It's fine. We have other things to do anyway. Since he had to think of a way to return to the League of Stars, Sillin would not place all his hopes on Shikai. Looking at the name list in his hand, those restless people should be quiet now. The next step was about to begin. Sillin had a talk with Guanfeng before his lecture at San Colombo. Aside from deciding on the content of his lecture, Sillin also proposed a plan to create an online forum for academic exchange. There were a lot of online forums in the Empire, and of course there were many academic ones as well. However, the online forum Sillin had created was different. There weren't too many restrictions, and there wasn't any difference in status. As long as you understood a certain field, you could speak freely in the forum. It didn't matter if you were a senior professor or a nameless nobody in real life. You could speak freely. Moreover, the identity information of the people in the forum was confidential. Outsiders would not know. This was a kind of protection policy. The plan was approved very quickly. At first, the decision-makers at the RAS didn't care about the forum at all. It was only because Guanfeng had spoken up that they quickly approved it. After all, Sillin was a member of the RAS, and this kind of thing had to be approved by the RAS. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the RAS's regulations. Aside from the RAS's approval, Sillin also received permission from the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor. Therefore, there were 2 symbols of authority and approval on the login screen of the online forum. One was the RAS's, and the other was the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor's. Right now, the academic community of the Empire needed a source of motivation and cohesion. They weren't people like Neo, who were easily influenced by the outside world and limited by life. They didn't have a second Black Viper to protect them. Sillin's forum had provided them with a platform, and Black Viper was able to show off their existence as well. Sillin was still working on the forum. He and Hui Mao were the main body, while Shikai and other Black Viper-related personnel were assisting them. During this time, Sillin had delegated the task of dealing with the assassins and interceptors to the robots and special forces. With their covert operations, none of the troublemakers were able to escape unscathed. Tuasan thought that Sillin was a knife in the imperial family's hand. Since the imperial family couldn't do it themselves, they left it to Sillin to clean up the academic community. What he didn't know was that Sillin himself was borrowing the name and influence of the imperial family and the RAS to achieve his own goals. Hui Mao was the only one who understood this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done everything he could to help Sillin create this online forum. Moreover, the name Hubie Liu would soon be known on this forum. Not long after, just when everyone in the 23rd Star region thought that Sillin would stop causing trouble, Sillin reappeared and created a new forum, Return. The logo of the two badges on the forum shocked a lot of people. There were many forums in the Empire, and any one of these two badges was enough to raise eyebrows. But this forum had both of them at the same time. It was only natural that a forum recognized by both the imperial family and the RAS would become popular. Even people outside the academic community wanted to take a look. There are many types of forums, and they all started with questions and bounties. If the questioner was satisfied with the answer, the bounty would be transferred to the person who answered. The bounty wasn't virtual. It could be converted into real, mist Bodhisattva dollars, and the money would be transferred to a memory card. Everything was driven by the word profit, and Sillin had put a lot of effort into the forum. At the beginning, the bounty for the questions was 300 million. This included Sillin's own money, Yufeng's, the RAS's startup funds, and the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor's financial support. A portion of the initial registrants were only here to take a look because of Sillin, a portion of them were attracted by the two badges, and the rest of them were here for the bounty money. Some people used their virtual IDs, and some used their real names. This was especially true for famous people. They disdained using virtual IDs and were used to doing things with their real names. That was why everyone knew that on the first day the forum was opened, a guy called Hubie Liu in the mechanical engineering and programming section of the Return Forum had angered a famous old scholar to the point of fainting. I heard that the old scholar had to rest in the hospital for a month after that. It was obvious how angry he was. But after the old scholar had regained his energy, he came back and quarreled with Hubie Liu again. After that, the name Hubie Liu gradually became known to the public. It was because he could find useful answers to many obscure and difficult questions in the mechanical engineering section. But when people asked him about his true identity, he refused to answer. Therefore, many people thought that this mysterious Hubie Liu was a folk expert. There were many hidden experts like this. Some were attracted by the bounty, and some were remembered by people when they argued with famous scholars. But they seemed to only exist in this virtual network. It was impossible to know their roles in the real world. Since the first day, the debate in the forum had never stopped. There was a special arena set up in the forum. It wasn't a competition of physical strength, but a disguised debate field. Heated topics would be debated here, and people who supported different viewpoints would choose representatives and start the debate. Some teachers of advanced education schools even forgot to go to class because they wanted to watch a gladiatorial match online. Some academic or educational institutions had begun to think carefully. When the arena debated, the arguments cited by the arena would emphasize the research results of a certain person in a certain research institution or school. This was also a good advertising platform to let people know more about those institutions that were not famous. Here, people saw a lot of new ideas and learn a lot. People who wanted money would spend more time and effort to find answers. Even if everyone's starting point was different, they were all working hard for the same problem. They weren't afraid of arguments. They were afraid that people wouldn't argue. It wasn't a bad thing to let more people experience this kind of atmosphere. A lot of people who stood at the top of the academic world didn't lack money at all. It was why the bounty they posted could make a poor family rich overnight. Wasn't this also a driving factor? In fact, there were some powerful scholars who had fallen on hard times for some reason and became rich overnight because they answered the questions. The Sizer family made up the majority of the people who answer questions related to flying cars. They would add the words Sizer Whirlwind in front of their virtual ID, and Fleeka had chosen them to be stationed in the forum to answer some people's questions. At the same time, the Sizer family's influence grew even more. Naimi even joined in the fun. He used his real name and discussed the topic of flying cars with a lot of flying car enthusiasts. Gradually, everyone realized that the noble young master of the Sizer family wasn't just for show. He was very knowledgeable in the field of flying cars, and although he wasn't completely knowledgeable, it was enough to change a lot of people's impressions of him. "You've caused a storm, Sillin," Guan Feng said on the communicator screen, "but this is exactly what His Majesty wants to see." Up until now, the debate on this free forum had overturned 3 previously recognized theories, and there were a few more that were still being debated. The academic world was in an uproar right now. Sillin shot a glance at Hui Mao, who was squatting next to the microcomputer and wrestling with someone on the forum. He smiled but didn't answer. Hui Mao had been very cocky lately because he had angered a couple of famous professors to the point of fainting. Of course, a lot of famous people had come to him for advice, including the ones who had been infuriated to the point of lying on the ground a couple of times. But every time they were pissed off by Hui Mao, they would come back to him again. It was a kind of acknowledgement, but they were too embarrassed to say it out loud. The name Hubie Liu was known to the public on this virtual platform. It was a place where he could show off all his talents other than being an idiot and a glutton to his heart's content. He lived in this virtual world without any scruples. Besides Hui Mao, some people from Black Viper had also come into contact with this forum. But before that, Sillin told them that there were some things they couldn't expose. The 3 publicly recognized theories were overturned in a wrestling match between Neo and a couple of honorary scholars and an academician of the RAS. That was why the dean of the RAS looked terrible as of late. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to drag Sillin over and give him a good scolding. Sillin himself had benefited a lot from other people's knowledge as well. He had a name list in his hands while absorbing the thoughts and knowledge of all parties. If there were no surprises, some of the people on this name list would be able to help him open a path to return. Chapter 3:10. This time, Shikai didn't waste too much time thinking. Not long after Sillin's return forum was created, Shikai contacted Sillin. The meeting place was the disappeared area of Black Viper, but it was a little far from the center. There was an asteroid filled with electronic devices and mechanical structures, and this asteroid was Shikai's, or rather, the Shi family's base of operations. When they approached the asteroid, Sillin sensed a strong mechanical signal. It gave Sillin a very strange feeling. It was similar to Sigma's, but it was also very different. There's a very large artificial intelligence control center here that controls almost the entire planet. Weez also stopped arguing in the forums. This planet gave Weez a very special feeling. It even carried a sense of friendliness and intimacy. In other words, the artificial intelligence knew who was coming here, and it was showing emotions. Yes, emotions. Unlike the rigid emotions of other robots, this kind of emotion was more like the expression of a human, just like what Shikai said was the standard of the original. Most of the electronic planet was made up of machines, and only a small number of humans were related to the Shi family. "Welcome, my dear friends," a voice said. The voice was transmitted through the communication system on the spaceplane Sillin was piloting. It was very gentle, like a kind old man speaking with a smile. "Who are you?" Hui Mao asked. "My name is Chip. I heard from Shikai that you know Sigma." "Oh, you know Sigma too?" Hui Mao curled his tail and looked around. He didn't see any robots that looked like Sigma, but the owner of the voice reminded Hui Mao of Sigma. "We're old friends. Sigma and I are brothers. Are you one of the 5 original robots?" Sillin asked. "Yes." Following the instructions displayed on the screen, the spaceplane flew to a fortress surrounded by mechanical devices. This fortress was like the center of a spider web, and the other machines were distributed around it. After entering the fortress, Sillin saw Shikai waiting for him with 2 other people he didn't recognize. They were probably from the Shi family. Apart from these few people, the others were all robots that looked similar to humans. Since Shikai was able to invite Sillin here, it showed his sincerity. Even the upper echelons of Black Viper rarely visited this electronic planet. "Where's Chip?" Huimao looked around and asked impatiently. Shikai smiled. "Follow me." Shikai signaled the others not to follow him, and then led Sillin and Huimao to a spacious area inside the fortress. Along the way, Sillin found that there were many access controls, but there was no need to swipe a card or verify identity. The door would open automatically. Just as Huimao had said, this place was controlled by an AI hub. When they arrived at the venue, the door opened automatically. Sillin followed Shikai inside, and the first thing that entered his eyes was a gigantic mechanical body. Complicated circuit boards and connecting wires were scattered all over the place, and there was a flashing circular screen at the top of the machine. As Sillin and the others approached, the screen moved down until it was level with Sillin's line of sight. A human face appeared on the screen. It was the face of an old man. "Nice to meet you. You're Chip." Huimao, who was crouching on Sillin's shoulder, stood up and looked at the face on the screen. "Why doesn't Sigma have a face?" "It does." The screen showed Sigma's signature blue face. "That's it. Then why do you look like this?" Huimao pointed a claw at the old face. "It doesn't look right." Shikai smiled wryly. Not only did it look wrong, but it couldn't be helped. If it weren't for the remedial measures he took later, even Chip would be gone. This time, Shikai didn't say too much. Chip was the one who explained everything to Sillin. He explained the origin of the 5 robots and what happened after that. Just as Sillin thought, the ancestors of the Shi family accidentally discovered a substance that could be used as a brain compound for the robots. That was how they created the 5 original robots. Some things happened after that. When they first arrived, they ran into the rebellion of the Empire. Most of the people and robots were killed, and only a few survived. They ran into Mist Bodhisattva Freeman, who was ostracized at the time. Freeman provided them with shelter, and, at the same time, they developed a batch of intelligent combat robots together. After that, the remaining members of the Shi family and the 4 original robots signed an agreement with the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor. After that, an organization called Black Viper appeared in the Empire. This was the same thing every patriarch of a Shi family knew. Shikai knew this as well. However, there was one thing he didn't know. There were only 4 robots when they met Freeman. As for why, no one knew the answer even now. There were many things that were still a mystery. Sillin also noticed this problem. Why were there only 4 original robots when we met His Highness Freeman? Chip paused for a moment before sighing. Later on, our master erased a part of our memories. We don't know what that memory was. The only thing I remember is that our master said it was to protect the Shi family. The robot that disappeared was Sigma, Chip answered. Sillin looked down. If it was Sigma, then the erased memory was probably about how Sigma was sent to the League of Stars. Moreover, the Shi family had concealed the technology they knew about the technology that allowed them to travel between 2 major star systems. So, where did you meet Sigma? Perhaps these are the memories that were erased, Chip asked anxiously. It had been wondering about this for almost 1,000 years. When Shikai finally told it about Sigma, it made him agree to Sillin's request immediately. Originally, Sillin had come here to lay his cards on the table, but he didn't know that the Shi family didn't belong to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire at all. Or rather, they knew about it in the first place, but their memories were erased later on. Seeing Sillin's hesitation, Chip added, "Not all of the original robots had their memories erased. I don't know if Sigma's memories were erased or not, but I'm sure Moon didn't. Of the 5 of us, Sigma is the most innocent, and Moon is the best at playing dumb. I didn't find out until later that Moon's memories weren't erased like the rest of us. Moon wasn't one of the 2 destroyed original robots, but he had been in a special state since a long time ago. In order to understand the complex substance in the brain, the Shi family's descendants had destroyed 2 original robots, and Chip had almost been crippled as well. He wouldn't have ended up like this if he hadn't made amends later on. After Chip's accident, Moon went into forced hibernation. No one could wake him up, and Chip forbade the Shi family's descendants from using him for research. Even if he couldn't create another original robot, he wouldn't allow them to destroy him. Before Moon went into forced hibernation, he had chatted with Chip for a while. It was then that Chip realized that Moon knew a lot more than they did. It was because he knew how to play dumb that he was able to keep more secrets, which was why his master was willing to share them with him. Not even the Shi family could force Moon to be used for research. Many people had tried to wake him up, but to no avail, including Chip himself. It was as if Moon had sealed himself away from the outside world and refused to communicate with the outside world. "Where is Moon?" Sillin asked. Moon has been in forced hibernation for more than 700 years. A light screen appeared in front of them after Chip's voice was heard. It was a robot that looked similar to Sigma, but it was lying quietly on the ground without any reaction. Sillin was wondering if he should try to wake Moon up. Maybe he could learn the secret technology from Moon, but Shikai interrupted his train of thought. What Shikai cared about the most wasn't what Sigma did all those years ago, but how to create the original robots. Moreover, he didn't think that Sillin could wake Moon up. "Sillin, do you think it's possible to recreate the original robots?" Shikai asked. Sillin frowned as he stared at Chip's huge body. "I want to know what the complex substance in the brain is." Shikai shook his head. "Like I said, we haven't been able to figure it out for nearly 1,000 years. Even the 2.5 original robots that we sacrificed only know part of it." Shikai nodded at Chip. An image appeared on the screen. It was a spherical crystal, but it was not a solid sphere. It had a core, and there were countless branches extending from this core. Each branch was strangely shaped, and they were very complicated, thin crystal columns. These thin crystal columns seemed to be covering the core with a thick layer of fluff. Sillin's face twitched when he saw the image. Huimao also shook his beard. Shikai was shocked when he noticed Sillin and Huimao's strange reactions. "Have you seen this before, Sillin?" Sillin was distressed. How should he put it? "Why is it here?" "I've seen it before, but it's been used up. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find it again." "It's used up?" Shikai felt his boiling blood turn cold. He then asked, "Was it used on robots? Where are they now?" Sillin shook his head and said nothing. Huimao was staring at Shikai with hostility. He had already destroyed 2.5 original robots, and now he was plotting against Cheto. Right now, Sillin was worried that Shikai was right. If Shikai's words were true, then Cheto's mind might stretch even further than he expected. He had left the League of Stars for such a long time. Would Cheto's development go astray? If he did, then it was very likely that he would create a robot storm. Shikai was about to ask more questions, but Chip stopped him. Shikai might not be able to sense Huimao's hostility clearly, but Chip did. Therefore, he changed the topic. "You could try to awaken you if you want to know more. If you can't, there's not much we can do to help." Sillin nodded. "Let's give it a try. We can only start with it." Chip opened a door, and inside was Moon, who had been forced to hibernate. At first glance, he looked similar to Sigma, but the color was a little different. Other than that, there wasn't much difference. Unlike humans, who could still feel the aura of life when they were in hibernation, this kind of robot was like an antique that had been hidden from the world for a long time, quietly staying there without any signs of life. I brought 2 friends with me. They said they've seen Sigma before." Chip's voice was full of emotion. Several hundred years had passed, and Chip was now the only one of the 5 brothers who was still guarding this place. The other 4 were either destroyed, missing, or in hibernation. Even though they were not real humans, their thoughts and emotions were similar to those of humans. They would still feel sad and nostalgic, but as time passed, they would also feel helpless. Moon didn't react to Chip's words, just like before. Shikai watched from his side. He still didn't hold out much hope. If it was possible, the Shi family would have awakened it a long time ago. There was no need to wait until now. It was as if he was refusing to awaken or anyone. Shikai had always wondered if the ancestors of the original robots had scared him off when they experimented on them. That was why he had sealed himself away. Are robots that emotionally fragile? Sillin didn't say anything. He flicked Huimao's ear and nodded at you with his chin. Huimao jumped off Sillin's shoulder and circled around you once. Then, it ran up to Yu's head and patted it with its paw. It was a soundless conversation. They were communicating in machine language, just like the one Hui Mao used to communicate with Sigma. Although it was soundless, Shikai could sense some of it. He couldn't understand it completely. Chip's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and every now and then, a complicated emotion flashed across his face. Hui Mao was talking to you in a special machine language. It was all about Sigma, but it didn't mention that they were from the League of Stars. Chip could understand it, so he couldn't say too much for now. As Hui Mao spoke, Chip sensed that you was sending him a weak feedback. However, it was all for Hui Mao, so he didn't know what you was sending him. After the weak feedback, the machine's signal grew stronger. Even Shikai could sense that the robot was slowly coming back to life. When the blue light flashed, Sillin knew that Hui Mao had succeeded. Sure enough, whether it was a human or a robot, they needed to be moved by emotions and reason. Otherwise, it would continue to play dumb and act like it didn't know anything. The blue light grew stronger and stronger. After a few changes, you suddenly jumped a few meters away. Then, a childish voice filled with confusion and fear rang out. Who? Who are you? On the round screen, Chip's old face stiffened. He was playing dumb again. Chapter 3:11. The blue stripes on Moon's face flickered as if he was examining the person in front of him. Finally, he looked at Chip and circled around him. Hey, Chip, why are you still like this? Chip didn't answer. He believed that Moon knew all this time. He was just pretending not to know anything. Even in a dormant state, Moon was capable of sensing everything around him. Hui Mao jumped onto Moon's head, just like he did with Sigma. Moon didn't say anything and flew around Chip with Hui Mao in tow. Shikai was very excited. Moon's awakening meant that he could learn some of the family secrets. Moon, I'm Shikai, the current head of the family and the person in charge, Shikai said as he walked up to Moon. But after a momentary pause, you replied with an, oh, and went back to chatting with Whis. He completely ignored Shikai. Seeing Moon and Hui Mao chatting and laughing, Shikai felt very awkward. He didn't know how to communicate with this original robot. Moon was different from Chip. Chip gave off the impression that he was a steady man, and he treated the Shi family members like they were his juniors. Moon, on the other hand, was different. From his reaction just now, Shikai knew that this original robot wasn't going to be easy to deal with. It could keep secrets for 1,000 years, and it could continue to do so. The hard part was how to get it to talk. Sillin was going to talk to Moon, but after what happened to Shikai, Sillin didn't say anything. Instead, he used machine language to test Moon's reaction. Moon, who was chatting with Hui Mao, suddenly froze. He looked at Sillin and said in a joking tone, Did you come from that side? That side? Shikai looked at Sillin in confusion. Sillin knew that Moon was referring to the League of Stars, so he nodded. We met Sigma there. We came from there too. Did they find all of Alillo's cages? Moon flew up to Sillin and asked. Most of them were found before we arrived. I don't know the rest. You tilted his head and muttered, It's been 1,000 years, and you still haven't found everything. How slow. I've already said that there's no need to leave it for them. Wouldn't it be better to swallow it yourself? Shikai didn't interrupt. He knew that you and Sillin were talking about secrets that the Shi family didn't know about. Did your master leave it there on purpose? Sillin asked. Yeah. Back then, the Shi family was outnumbered and killed all those who had bad intentions. Some of the things left behind by those bad guys were left behind by Master. He said that people shouldn't be too greedy. Besides, those things didn't belong to the Shi family in the first place. Why? The things he left behind are all very rare treasures. Because the people of the Shi clan like to create, not be given. Things given by others will make them dependent. Moreover, as long as the people of the Shi clan are around, they can continue to create those things. Your master is very confident. This was what Sillin thinks. It wasn't because the people of the Shi family were kind enough to leave those things behind. Rather, it was because they had a kind of self-confidence that they had solved a problem that countless people in the League of Stars thought was impossible. At that time, the 5 of us were watching the myth of creation and were arguing about the story. Then, Master told us the plan. This was a game that we thought of together with Master. The 5 Alillos in the myth of creation represented different dreams. White Knight, Tear of God, Shortcut, God's Back Garden, and the Spell. The corresponding 5 things were left there. At the time, Master said that if we had time, we would see who would find the 5 Alillo in the end. But what we didn't expect was that he never made it back. Moon flew over to Chip's gigantic body, sat down on a cable, and swung back and forth like he was on a swing. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have the guts to do this, and Chip wouldn't treat them like they were. But now, on the round screen, Chip's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Everything Moon did was spoil him like he was his younger brother. While swinging, Moon continued, "When we first arrived, the 5 of us always got together to bicker and argue, and Sigma was always the one who got bullied. One time, Sigma lost a bet, and Zoel told Sigma to go and see if anyone had found a shortcut, and that it could only come back to us if it found one. At the time, we were just joking. We really just wanted to tease it. Master also knew that the reason Sigma always lost was because the 4 of us teamed up to trick it. That guy was easy to trick and bully. After the 4 of us egged him on, the Master agreed to let Sigma go. He also promised to bring Sigma back from time to time for a reunion. Sigma hugged Master's arm and said that it was scared to go alone, so Master created Love Ag to accompany Sigma. Moon fell silent for a very long time. Chip didn't say anything either, and he looked very sad. Scylla knew that they didn't pick up Sigma because Sigma thought that it was because the shortcut wasn't activated. In fact, it didn't even consider the possibility that it was the other 4 who were toying with it. Later on, a war broke out. A lot of people died in it, and a lot of equipment, records, and talents were lost to the flames of war that spread across almost half of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Master and a few others were lucky enough to escape the war zone, run into the Freeman, and seek shelter. However, we weren't able to bring Sigma back because the black box that opened the spatial link was lost in the chaos of that war. It was lost in the vast universe. We tried to make another one, but the loss of the records and talents made the mission even more difficult. We couldn't contact Sigma, and we couldn't make another one until Master passed away. Before he passed away, Master said that he felt the most sorry for Sigma. It was because he lied, but he didn't have the time to fix it. The 4 of us felt very guilty because we were the ones who created that lie, and the price we had to pay was that there was no second Sigma for us to bully. Master said that we were humans, but we had the bodies of robots, so we shouldn't think that we were different. We should get along with everyone else. But when our companions left us one after another, we really did become different. Master, Sigma, and some of the Sheaf family's acquaintances left one after another. In the end, we watched as the familiar faces disappeared, and the cycle continued. When a Sheaf family said that they wanted to research the original robot, Zoel was the first to volunteer. It was because Zoel felt very guilty and regretful that it was the cause of everything that happened to Sigma. Zoel didn't come back after that. Later, someone said that they wanted to continue researching the original robot, so Euryphia went over on her own. When Euryphia walked into the lab, she told us to take care. She never came out after that. You stared at Shikai. His blue bar was flashing, and even though his expression wasn't as clear as a human's, Shikai could sense Yu's resentment. "That's not what I remember you," Chip said. "All of us had part of our memories erased. You did it yourself," you replied. "You sealed your memories before entering the lab because you were afraid that the Sheaf family would learn too many secrets during your research. Before Master passed away, he said that to protect the Sheaf family's development in Mist Bodhisattva, he must not reveal the secrets of the past. That's why Zoel, Euryphia, and you all sealed your memories before entering the lab. I didn't think that you could be saved, but your subconscious told you not to dig into your memories. That's why you chose to believe what I told you before I went into hibernation. Master wouldn't erase our memories, you know that. Master once said that every memory is a precious treasure. Be it sad or happy, it's an indispensable part of us. Even if we aren't real people, we still have the right to our memories. This is the respect Master gave us." That's right. How could that person erase their memories? Chip fell silent. I didn't think that you were willing to be test subjects back then. Shikai's voice sounded a little hoarse. Of course we were willing. Why else do you think that arrogant Euryphia would agree to be dissected so easily? How could the cold-hearted Zoel be so easily dealt with by those people, allowing them to stab him? You stared at Shikai for a while before looking away. That generation of Shikais had fought against the combined efforts of many major forces and achieved countless amazing things. That was the Shi family's most glorious era, and the time when geniuses gathered. None of the Shi family members that came after that were capable of anything. Capable of anything. Capable of anything. Capable of anything. Shikai's head was spinning. He didn't think that this word would be applied to the Shi family. We were supposed to be the most glorious generation, but we suffered such a setback later on. Master said that no matter how many geniuses there are, they can't resist the will of the heavens. He said that the Shi family was so talented that even the gods couldn't stand it anymore. That's why they created so many disasters, wars, electromagnetic storms, internal divisions, and so on. Eventually, we were the only ones left, and we became more and more ordinary. You looked at Shikai again when he said, more and more ordinary, and Shikai's face turned bright red. Then, you looked at his fingers and bent all four of them until only one remained. But I'm not as stupid as them. I have to wait for Sigma and keep more secrets. I can't let you useless people go to waste. Therefore, even if the Shi family members went into hibernation, they wouldn't automatically enter the lab to be studied. Shikai felt his face burning. Although he wasn't the one who did those things, he did want to study the original robot first. But Yu's words put Shikai's mind at ease. It was true that he didn't have the ability to do so. It wasn't because of the mysterious brain complex, but because there was a huge gap between him and the peak generation. After you stopped talking, Sillin asked, "Is there no way to go back? Can't you recreate the things inside the black box?" Yu shook his head. Too much data was lost, and we weren't involved in the project back then. We don't know much about it. Sigma knows a lot more than we do. Master taught it a lot when it was there. But if there isn't a connection point on this side to activate this bridge, the people from the other side won't be able to come here. Suddenly, you looked at Sillin. So, how did you get here in the first place? Without a connection point, how could you accurately come to this side and not to another galaxy? Shikai's mouth fell open. Did that mean that Sillin wasn't a citizen of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire or this galaxy? The Shi family didn't originate from this galaxy? Huimao whispered something to you and explained the situation to him. You stared at the ring fingerprint on Sillin's hand and rubbed his chin. Maybe there's a signal or a space-time mark on it, but it must have come into contact with the black box before. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a guiding signal. Sillin's eyes flashed as he recalled Jinya's experience. Back then, Jinya accidentally stumbled into an unstable wormhole and went to the League of Stars. The wormhole disappeared not long after Xianxia entered it. Previously, he had always thought that it was just one of the many unstable wormholes. However, now that he thought about it, the lost black box was definitely around that wormhole. If not, it would not have coincidentally reached the Star Alliance instead of other galaxies and regions. You spread his arms, jumped off the cable, and flew to Sillin's side. I've decided to follow you guys for now. Shikai shot Sillin a glance. He was the real Shi family member, but the original robot treated Sillin much better than he did. Was it true that they were disappointed in the Shi family after all that had happened? Chip didn't object. He knew that you wanted to follow Sillin to find the black box and then find Sigma. When they arrived, only Sillin and Huimao came. When they left, they brought you with them. It was a lot more lively. Huimao logged into the return forum with you. At first, you just watched the war like everyone else online. It needed to absorb more information. Gradually, you joined in the war of words with Huimao. That day, a lot of people fainted from anger. When they were tired of the forum, you said he wanted to watch TV, so Sillin gave him a microcomputer. Out of boredom, Huimao went to watch with you. But when it saw the video you selected, its whiskers trembled and trembled again and again. This robot was watching X-rated movies. What was shown on the screen was a scene of them kissing each other to the point of forgetting everything else. Then it was the scene of the protagonist making love, moaning and moaning for a long time. "Oh, I'm so shy." Aiwei covered his face with his hands and looked embarrassed. "Silin, what's with that weird blue band of light flashing between your fingers?" Hui Mao flicked his ears. "Never mind. It was more interesting to bicker with those old pedants on the forum." Aren't you afraid that Sigma will get lonely?" asked Silin. Yu turned his head away, his fingers still covering his face. "Of course it will get lonely, but it won't go crazy like other people. It's Sigma, the Sigma that thinks differently from other people. For example, most people will measure the distance between their dreams and reality first if it's too far away. If it's too far away, they'll feel depressed or even despair. Sigma, on the other hand, will pay more attention to whether its dreams are there or not. As long as its dreams are there, it will continue to persevere, even for 1,000 years. Silin smiled. "True, that guy's pretty good." Silin thought of the naive robot at the base again. It flew around waving its arms, enjoying simple happiness and contentment like a child. When he thought back to when the shortcut was activated, it must have been very depressed. I wonder how they're doing now, though. Silin returned to the capital with Yu and Hui Mao. He didn't report the mission to Guanfeng first. Instead, he went to the Jin family to look for Xianxia. Xianxia had heard about the incident Silin caused in the academic world a long time ago, but he didn't comment on it. He wouldn't say too much if it was something Silin thought. Silin asked Xianxia about what happened in the past. Because it was an internal matter of the Jin family, Silin didn't ask anything else. He only asked where Xianxia encountered the wormhole and when exactly. After answering all the questions, Xianxia looked at Silin. "You want to go back?" "Yes, I want to see if I can find a way back. I didn't actually expect to come back. I only hoped that you would reach a certain level of strength before going out and exploring the boundless world. Have you found a way?" Silin had a feeling that Xianxia was looking forward to going back. "You want to go back too, Master, don't you? Could it be that you have someone you miss?" Celine teased. Xianxia knocked on Silin's head and waved. "Let's go check on Guanfeng. I think something happened to him, but he didn't want to tell anyone." "Something happened? What happened?" But since Xianxia didn't look anxious or worried, it meant that it wasn't serious. "All right, I'll go to AF1 later." "All right, did you receive the golden thread turtle I asked Tuo-san to send over?" At the time, Silin had left San Colombo in a hurry, so he asked Hassan to take care of it. "I did." Xianxia's smile deepened at the mention of this. "I'm keeping it for myself. I heard that anyone who sees a golden thread turtle over 100 years old will have their lifespan increased by another 100 years. That's why a few of my old friends have been coming here frequently recently. They even tried to take it away from me. No way. Most old people liked this kind of legend, especially one related to lifespan. It was always a good thing to look forward to whether it was true or not, wasn't it? Wuxia, let's go. Blue skin, don't sprain your back. That tail of yours isn't for you to practice standing straight." Silin roared at the sea. Xianxia looked at them with amusement. But after Silin left with a Yu and Hui Mao, Xianxia's smile slowly faded. He looked into the distance. Someone the League of Stars was worried about? Yes, Guanfeng was injured, and it wasn't light at all. His entire arm was almost crippled, and he had been cooped up at home recently. If Xianxia hadn't contacted him because of Silin's trouble, he wouldn't have known that Guanfeng was injured. Silin's first reaction when he heard the reason for Guanfeng's injury was, "You must be kidding me, right?" Everyone knew that Guanfeng was a great player with the Purgatory Thunder Snake, but he hadn't expected that he would be injured by his own gun, and by the lowest level type B gun no less. Guanfeng had always called himself the originator of the Purgatory Thunder Snake, so it was no wonder that he was too embarrassed to go out and meet people. Guanfeng couldn't be blamed entirely. He was too tired when he was researching the medium Purgatory Thunder Snake cannon, and he was injured by the Type B gun he called entry-level in a moment of carelessness. That's why you shouldn't be busy with other things right now. Help me finish the rest of the project. We can't drag this out for too long, or it's easy to make a mistake. Guanfeng told Silin about the project. As expected, He didn't have enough energy to do it alone. On the other side of the living room, Hui Mao and Yu were fighting with the squirting fish inside the giant fish tank. When Guanfeng turned around, he saw Yu lying on the edge of the fish tank and electrocuting the last fish with his finger. The tip of his finger glowed with electricity as he knocked out the last fish. Guanfeng. He knew that the person with that cat couldn't be a good person. Chapter 312. Sillin didn't head out to search for the black box immediately. Guanfeng's matter was more urgent, and Sillin wanted to hide for a while. Sillin had caused too much of a ruckus in the Empire recently, and many people were paying attention to Sillin's movements. Therefore, Sillin decided to keep his search for the black box a secret for now. Just as Sigma's master had said back in the day, there was no benefit in letting too many people know about this. Not to mention that they still had no idea what was going on. Everything was still up in the air. Sillin and Guanfeng spent most of their time in Guanfeng's workshop, while Hui Mao and Moon played outside. Finally, Hui Mao had a partner to play ball with. When Moon caught the ball Hui Mao tossed to him, he knew that it was from the little snake. While they were playing, Hui Mao told Moon about their meeting with the giant snake. Moon knew that Whis and Sillin were truly trustworthy after receiving the Great Viper's approval and gifts. In fact, they were much more trustworthy than the Shi family. He would have vomited blood if he knew what Moon was thinking right now. Since when did the robots created by the Shi family lose out to outsiders in terms of trust? It had to be said that Moon's attitude towards Hui Mao and Sillin was a lot more sincere because of the giant snake. Moreover, he was very envious of Hui Mao and Sillin. The way they interacted with each other reminded him of the time when the five of them were with his master. While Sillin was working on Guanfeng's project, Moon used the materials Guanfeng gave him to upgrade himself. He replaced the old parts with new materials and added some hidden weapons. As for what those weapons were, neither Sillin nor Guanfeng knew. Moon only had Hui Mao to help him when he was upgrading himself. Although he didn't know what the new weapons were, considering Moon and Hui Mao's personalities, it was most likely something harmful. Sillin skipped some of his AF1 classes because he needed to focus on Guanfeng's project. However, the lecturers didn't say anything because they had informed Sillin beforehand. Moreover, the lecturers understood that they couldn't say anything because of Sillin's current status. Besides, who in the academic world didn't know about Sillin's troublemaker? He had said a lot of things that others didn't dare say, and he had done a lot of things that others didn't dare do. The storm he caused in the academic world hadn't completely died down yet. There were endless arguments about theorems and deductions, but the instigator of all this was hiding in his lecturer's workshop and taking over the project that the military attached great importance to. Many people seem to have forgotten that Sillin didn't belong to the engineering department, but the microbiology and virus department. On this day, Sillin finally finished the most complicated part of the project. Guanfeng's wounds were almost healed, and Sillin didn't need to finish the rest of the project on his own. Now that the core of the project was done, the rest would be much easier. Guanfeng told Sillin to come out for some fresh air. Sillin didn't see Hui Mao or Moon when he finally came out after so many days. He guessed that the two of them had run off to cause trouble again. After finding something to eat, filling his stomach, and stretching for a bit, Sillin was about to return to his workshop to help Guanfeng finish the rest of the project when his communicator suddenly rang. It was the person in charge of the animals in AF1. Sillin immediately knew that it was the two of them who had caused trouble the moment he saw the caller. As expected, the manager told Sillin that a group fight had broken out this morning. What the manager didn't know was that Hui Mao and Moon were also involved. Hui Mao was a familiar face. There was no one there who didn't know that Sillin was Hui Mao's guardian. Since Moon was with them, the manager contacted Sillin directly. When Sillin arrived, the animals were being scolded. The giant King Kong was burying its head in a wronged expression, and the other animals weren't much better off. Whis and Moon weren't standing with them. Instead, they were standing at the side. There were also two managers standing at the side with obvious cat paw prints on their faces. It was obvious that this was Wheeze's handiwork. Hui Mao, who had been acting like a none-of-your-business to those people, dropped his ears the second he saw Sillin. Moon had always been an obedient child. If they hadn't seen the robot send a rhino flying with a single punch, they would have thought that Moon was harmless too. A group fighting? Hui Mao's ears dropped even lower. Sillin stood in front of the two troublemakers and looked at Moon, who was twirling his fingers obediently with his head lowered. Then he looked at Hui Mao, whose eyes were darting around uncertainly. Sillin picked up Hui Mao's nape and pried open his mouth. There was some suspicious flesh between his teeth, and it wasn't even from the same species. It was obvious how many animals he had bullied. In the past, he had bitten a small crocodile until it cried, causing it to run away whenever it saw him. Since Hui Mao and Moon weren't members of this group, Sillin had to compensate them for their actions. After paying the compensation, Sillin took the bill and waved it in front of Hui Mao. When he saw the amount, Hui Mao's heart sank. Who knew that a fight like this would cost so much? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to Moon and joined in. He would have just been a spectator. So much money. Hui Mao counted with his claws. That was 200 pounds of fish biscuits of a new flavor. 200 pounds of fish biscuits were gone. Gone. Sensing Hui Mao's thoughts, Moon turned his head and pretended not to know anything. To prevent these two guys from causing trouble again, Sillin assigned a task to Hui Mao and Moon. He took out a list and asked them to monitor the activities of the people on the list in the forum. With Hui Mao and Moon's abilities, it would be difficult for them to be discovered even if they monitored everyone in the forum at the same time. This was the safest and most convenient method. After Sillin re-entered the workshop, Hui Mao whipped Moon with his tail. "Have you finished collecting the samples?" "I'm almost done collecting them." The only reason Ayu had asked Wheeze to join him was because he wanted to collect blood samples from AF-1's animals. It was a habit of his. Although AF-1 had a database of these animals, Ayu preferred to analyze them himself. He had inherited the personality of the Shi family's peak generation. "Why are you collecting these things?" Hui Mao was puzzled. "I don't know yet. It's just a habit. I'll do it when I'm free or when I'm in a hurry. I want to enrich my database first. It might be useful when the time comes. Besides, we robots like to collect data." Hui Mao thought about it and agreed. He used to do the same thing in the past, but it got lazier and lazier. Therefore, Hui Mao did not dwell on this topic anymore. Hui Mao and Moon did not dare to slack off when it came to the task Sillin assigned. When they finished monitoring the people on the list, they finally understood why Sillin paid attention to this group of people. These people were all experts in the field of space and wormholes. Some of them were well known, while others were much more low-key. There were even many experts who were hidden among the people. Some of these people had sensitive identities and could not show their faces in public, such as the mutants or slaves. Especially the slaves. They must have done their research behind the backs of their buyers. If anyone found out, they would definitely be executed. When Sillin finished the work at hand and came out, he was very satisfied with the results given by Hui Mao and Moon. He sifted through the information and combined it with the star map to think about the next step. Sillin would not put all his hopes on the black box. It would be great if he could find it, but if he couldn't, he would have to find a way to create new technology to achieve his goal. However, Sillin was not confident enough to think that he could do it on his own. Moreover, he was not proficient in this field. Although he had absorbed a lot of relevant knowledge, there was still a gap between him and those people. Everyone had their own specialties, and Sillin admitted that he was not as good as them. As for those big names in the industry, Sillin's initial target would definitely not be them. Therefore, Sillin's first target was the unknown masters who were hidden among the people. The unstable wormhole Xianxia gave him was still quite a distance away from the capital star region, and he would have to pass by some of the target's residences along the way. That was why he decided to check out the civilian experts along the way, and if they were strong enough, he would decide what to do next. Sillin and Shikai were working together. Sillin gave Shikai a list of names, and Shikai sent a robot to monitor and report the information to Sillin. Then, Sillin would sift through the information and confirm it. Although Shikai was still passionate about the original robots, He was very interested in learning where the Jin family had started their business. He also wanted to see the situation in the other star system. Maybe he could find a way to build the original robots there. Not to mention that Sigma was still there. By the time Guanfeng's project was done, the attention on Silin had gradually died down. The academic community had shifted its attention to the doubtful formulas and theorems. Every time a large debate was held, there would be an earth-shattering piece of news that shook the entire academic community. Thanks to these debates, the academic community was able to make great progress in all aspects. In the past, people preferred to refer to and repeat other people's experiments and research. If someone else was researching a certain species or material, they could change their research to a different species or material. The results were about the same, and there wasn't much progress or practicality in the end. However, it was a waste of money and time. But now, the debates and research projects were being launched one after another. The Emperor of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire was very happy to see this new scene. Every year, the local government didn't allocate so much money to them just to repeat other people's experiments and make it seem like they were busy. While everyone's attention was diverted, Silin quietly left the capital star region. Everyone thought that Silin was still working on his project at Guanfeng's place. Are we really going to do it ourselves if we can't find the black box? Ayu asked. They had searched the area Jinya pointed out many times in the past, but they hadn't found any useful clues. It had been so many years, and Ayu didn't hold out much hope. However, it had a feeling that Silin might be able to complete this unfinished task for 1,000 years. Ayu could wait for years or even decades, but Silin was a human. He couldn't exist for as long as a robot. That was why Ayu had collected blood samples from the animals. Most of them had long lifespans, and some of them could even live for hundreds of years. It wasn't easy for Yu to find a talented person he liked, and he hoped that he could find a safer way to extend Silin's lifespan through the newly collected data and technology. There were ways to extend a human's lifespan. They could go dormant or use drugs to modify the body, but the modification process would affect the brain. Ayu wasn't willing to lower Silin's IQ, even if it meant extending his lifespan. This was why none of the Shi family members had used drugs to extend their lifespans, even though they had the ability to do so. Ayu didn't even tell Hui Mao about this. What you didn't know, however, was that Silin's body was different from ordinary humans. The reason Hui Mao wasn't worried was because Hui Mao had always treated Silin like himself. Hui Mao didn't think Silin would have a short lifespan like ordinary humans. One of Silin's main targets was located on a planet that wasn't doing too well. The situation on this planet was more or less the same as Old Chang's planet. There was a very clear dividing line between the civilian area and the city area, and 1/3 of the planet population were aliens and slaves. Most of the aliens in the city were slaves, and those who didn't want to be slaves could only stay in the run-down civilian areas. The laws and regulations issued by the planet's government were all biased towards the people in the city, and the people in the civilian district were one level lower, not to mention the rejected mutants. They were the lowest existence on this planet, and also the main source of cheap labor. There was no need for Silin to do anything. With Hui Mao and Ayu around, avoiding the planet's external defense network was a piece of cake. Silin piloted the aircraft to a more secluded place, where there was a robot waiting for him. This is the latest news on the target's mission. However, his physical condition isn't very good. If this continues, he won't make it past the year. The robot Silin had been sent here early to report on the recent surveillance situation. It was certain that the target was not in good health. Related research was harmful to the body. Which major research institution didn't have layers of security measures? Moreover, the people who were doing related research would receive regular maintenance treatment to prevent their bodies from being stimulated by radiation and energy disturbances, which would lead to deterioration and mutation. In contrast, the conditions of this target were much worse. It was impossible for him to have a fully protected laboratory, and he wouldn't be able to enjoy the regular treatment and maintenance that would cost him a lot of money. The deterioration had started long ago, and because he hadn't received any good treatment, the deterioration spread very quickly. Even the second and third deterioration appeared one after another. After studying this for so long, it was really not easy for him to stay alive and continue his research. Taking the temporary fake ID, Silin took Hui Mao and Ayu to the city. The fake ID made it more convenient for Silin to act on the planet, and it also avoided some extra attention. The first place Silin went on this planet was a place at the edge of the city group. In fact, their target was not in the city, but in the civilian area. After the robot Silin finished explaining, it went back to continue monitoring the situation of the target to prevent any sudden incidents. The center of the city group was an absolutely prosperous area, and the further one went to the edge, the less prosperous it would be, and the edge of the city would definitely be more desolate. In a small alley in the city, 3 young men dressed in fancy clothes dragged a young girl into the depths of the alley. One of them covered the young girl's mouth to prevent her from screaming. Ignoring the young girl's struggle, he tightly clamped down on the young girl, not letting her break free. The 3 of them all had malicious smiles on their faces. The passers-by just glanced at them and didn't look again, as if it was a common sight. Moreover, the 3 people were not good people, and meddling in other people's business would only be asking for trouble. If anyone looked too much, they would also provoke the 3 young men's angry glares, as if they would dig out their eyes if they looked again. After the 3 young men dragged the girl deep into the alley, they threw her into a dead corner, and the 3 of them blocked the way. There was no one else here, and it was quiet. Only the squeaking of the rats and the buzzing of the flies could be heard from time to time beside the garbage dump. This place was too remote. Even the cleaning robots would not come here often, and the patrol team would not come here either. There were often people from the underground gangs dealing with things that could not see the light of day. Often, people would find mutilated corpses that had been dead for a long time in this place. After the girl was rudely thrown into the corner, she didn't have time to wipe the tears on her face and tidy up her messy hair and clothes. She curled up her arms and retreated to the corner. Her big eyes were full of fear, and she kept trembling, looking very pitiful. This can't be blamed on us. You bumped into us yourself. Of all the bad roads, you just had to bump into us. You can only blame your own bad luck. The 3 young men slowly surrounded the corner, and one of them had already started to pull up his pants. The rat that was rummaging in the garbage dump for food suddenly stopped, and all the hair on its body stood up. It quickly left the garbage dump and fled underground, not even caring about the rice cake it had just found. The sound of blood splashing against the wall was mixed with the thud of the rats falling to the ground. The thick stench of blood permeated the air, mixing with the stench of the garbage dump. It was particularly nauseating. There was no sound of moaning, not even a last word was uttered. The 3 young men fell to the ground. Their faces still had a bit of a lewd smile on their faces. Their pants were not completely pulled down. They did not even react until they died. The pitiful girl stood up and gently patted the dust off her clothes. The fear in her eyes had disappeared, and she looked as calm as if she had just thrown away a few pieces of garbage. She walked up to the 3 young men and took out all their valuables. She carefully put them away and prepared to leave. But when she turned around, she found that a person was already standing there. There was a gray cat perched on the person's shoulder, and it was staring at her curiously. Xiao. Chapter 3:13. Xiao stared at the young man in front of her. Since he knew her name, he must have done some research or was sent by someone she knew. There were only a handful of people who knew about her background. However, Xiao didn't sense any killing intent from this young man. Either he was harmless or he was good at hiding. Either way, Xiao didn't want to tangle with this young man. She wasn't confident that she could win against someone who could appear without a trace. Who are you? Xiao looked at Silin cautiously. Silin didn't answer her directly. I have something to discuss. Shall we find a place to talk? Xiao frowned. I don't know you. There's nothing to talk about. If you're going to threaten me with what happened earlier, I'm sorry, but I don't accept threats. Although she looked to be only 14 or 15 years old and looked a little underdeveloped, she was able to speak so calmly and kill people without batting an eye. Her methods were clean and efficient, and she was a girl. It was indeed impressive. No wonder she could operate in the city for so long. Xiaorou's eyes turned cold when she saw that the young man wasn't going to leave. Foxes and wolves? Myriad Sea City? Or another gang? Sillin chuckled softly. It looks like this girl thinks I'm a member of a gang in the city. Neither. I'm actually looking for Shurtang. The Shurtang that Sillin spoke of was the person he was looking for. He was also the girl's older brother. Xiaorou suddenly erupted with killing intent as soon as the name Shurtang came out of her mouth. Her figure vanished into thin air. At the same time, a cold light flashed like a silver snake. Just now, the three people were killed by this. Their arteries, throats, ribs, and hearts were all severed. However, the cold light was too fast, as if everything happened at the same time. The three people didn't even have time to react before they lost their lives. The cold light's target was Sillin. The cold light didn't always exist. It only flickered for a moment when Xiaorou vanished into thin air. Then, it disappeared. However, just because it couldn't be seen didn't mean it didn't exist. Sillin reached out with his right hand and stopped not far from his chest. He pressed his index and middle fingers together as if he was holding something. His hands moved quickly, but Sillin's gaze was fixed on a spot not far away. Then, a silver ring of metal appeared on his right hand. It extended all the way to where Sillin was looking, and Xiaorou's figure gradually appeared. Xiaorou was holding an extremely thin metal weapon in her hand. It was her weapon. Xiaorou was a mutant, and only a handful of people knew that she could turn invisible. Most of the people who knew about Xiaorou's ability were already dead. In the blink of an eye, Xiaorou knew that she was no match for the man before her. His invisibility ability did not work at all, and Xiaorou didn't plan to attack for the time being. Her opponent had caught her silver snake saber with just 2 fingers. Xiaorou didn't sense any malicious intent from him, but she didn't let her guard down just yet. Sillin loosened his grip, and the silver snake blade returned to Xiaorou's hand. Xiaorou flicked her wrist, and the silver serpent blade disappeared without a trace. By the looks of it, this little girl has been playing this game for a long time. Why are you looking for him? Xiaorou asked. Cooperation. Sillin nodded at the other side of the alley. Someone's coming. Let's talk somewhere else. Xiaorou took a deep breath and suppressed the anxiety in her heart. It was better to leave this place first. As a mutant, it was too difficult to live in this city. One wrong move, and she would be in danger. She might even drag her big brother down with her. Xiaorou was very familiar with this area. She avoided the people coming from the other end of the alley and left with Sillin. After they found a restaurant with decent conditions, Sillin asked Xiaorou about the specialties of this place. Although Xiaorou was a little puzzled about Sillin's identity, she told him a little about it anyway. Xiaorou had never eaten in this restaurant before. It was expensive, and she didn't want to waste her money here. The reason she was familiar with the specialties of this place was because of the advertisements on the signboards in front of the restaurant. She had memorized some of them over time. Huimao didn't hold back. He dug in as soon as the food was served. As for Yu, he wandered around the city under the pretext of gathering information. He hadn't been out for a few hundred years, so he would be curious even if it was a place filled with scrap metal. Xiaorou was prepared to deal with the man's provocation, but the man and the cat completely ignored her as soon as the food was served. They focused on eating their food. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaorou decided to fill her stomach first. After the meal, the atmosphere relaxed a lot. Sillin sipped his tea and looked at Xiaorou, who was sitting across from him with a tense body. If Shurtang doesn't receive treatment, he won't make it past this year. Xiaorou's face paled. She knew that her big brother's condition was very bad, but she didn't know that he wouldn't make it past this year. Xiaorou felt a great pressure when she thought about this. How do you know about my big brother? Xiaorou's hands were trembling. I told you I want to work with Shurtang. I'm very interested in his research. You're spying on us. Xiaorou glared at Sillin. Her eyes were filled with hostility. It was hard to imagine a 14 or 15-year-old girl could be so hostile. Sillin didn't deny it. I can provide him with the best treatment, a laboratory, and get you out of here. Xiaorou's heart raced when she heard the words, "Get out of here." The reason her big brother persisted in his research despite knowing that it was harmful to his body was because he wanted to find a good shelter. When she was very young, Shirtang had told her that if there was a large space jump point or wormhole, they would be able to leave this place. They would be able to leave this place that discriminated against mutants. They would be able to seek a better life. Shirtang had been working on his research for a long time. He had invested almost all of his income into his research. He would often go to the trash collection center to look for materials that were useful to him because he didn't have the money to buy them. It was so simple that it could be said to be shabby equipment in larger research institutions. Who would have thought that it could be made to such an extent? If Shirtang hadn't been a frequent visitor to the forums, Sillin wouldn't have noticed this young and talented man. Xiaorou had invested most of the money she earned through various means into Shirtang's research. The rest was used to buy medicine. Without the medicine, Shirtang would have died a long time ago. Xiaorou wanted to escape this abyss of suffering, but she didn't believe that there was such a method. Now that the person in front of her was interested in Shirtang's research, Xiaorou couldn't help but think about it. Could the research really be completed? Who was this person who had the ability to spy on them without them noticing? And who was he? That being said, Xiaorou was more than willing to help Shirtang recover. She was willing to assassinate the leader of the planetary government, even if she had to do it herself. "If you want to work with my brother, why are you looking for me?" Xiaorou asked. "Your brother will listen to you. Besides, he won't be willing to take me with him. You're talking big. You've investigated us before, so you should know that we're aliens. We can't leave our planet easily, even if we're not slaves. You don't have to worry about that. I have a way." Sillin suddenly looked at the entrance of the shop. Sillin and Xiaorou were standing in a corner of the shop. There weren't many people around, and there was some music playing in the shop. They weren't afraid that their conversation would be overheard. The people around them were busy chatting with their companions, so no one paid them any attention. However, when another group of people walked into the shop, everyone suddenly stopped talking. The only sound that could be heard was the hoarse female voice playing in the background music. The atmosphere in the shop suddenly became a little strange. It was a little solemn and a little depressing. After this strange atmosphere, everyone's voices became a lot quieter. Xiaorou's eyes flashed when she saw the people who walked into the shop. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. Sillin clearly sensed Xiaorou's evasive mood. The people who walked into the shop all had an emblem on them. It was a half-wolf, half-fox. The two halves of the beast's head combined to form the emblem. According to the information they received, these people were probably from the Fox and Wolf gang, the strongest gang in this area. The person walking at the front was a tough-looking middle-aged man. He wore a fur cloak. The middle-aged man didn't seem to notice the sudden change in the atmosphere after he walked into the shop. He looked around the shop. The customers all lowered their heads, afraid to make eye contact with him. The middle-aged man's subordinates were about to go upstairs, but they stopped and waited for their boss's order when they saw that he didn't seem to have any intention of going up. After looking around, the middle-aged man fixed his gaze in a certain direction. An inexplicable smile appeared on his face. He walked toward the corner where Sillin and Xiaorou were sitting. "Little Xiaorou, are you eating with your boyfriend?" The middle-aged man pulled out a chair and sat down. He looked at Xiaorou, then at Sillin, who was sitting there calmly. Seeing that she couldn't avoid this, Xiaorou stood up and bowed. "Boss Parker." Parker nodded and gestured for Xiaorou to sit down. Then he looked at Sillin and Fat Cat, who was happily munching on a big fathead fish. His eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. This man and Cat sure have guts. Parker looked at Xiaorou, who was sitting there nervously. He slowly turned a metal finger guard on his hand and smiled. "Little Xiaorou, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Xiaorou cursed in her mind. "I don't even know how to introduce myself." Before Xiaorou could answer, Sillin raised a hand to stop her. He turned to Parker and said, "I'm just a passerby. Don't mind me." After saying that, Sillin rubbed Hui Mao's belly. He didn't look at Xiaorou or Parker again. He meant to say, "You can talk if you want. I won't say anything." "You're tired of living." One of Parker's subordinates pulled out a gun and pointed it at Silen's head. But before the gun could get close to Silen, the gun broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Parker's pupils shrank, and the corner of his eye twitched. However, he was a seasoned veteran. He quickly regained his composure. No one knew that the knuckles of Parker's fingers on the metal guard were cold. Chapter 314. The eyeballs of the people behind Parker were about to pop out of their sockets. They had absolutely no idea how such a thing had happened, and for a moment, they all became highly vigilant towards Silen. Sweat dripped down the forehead of the man who pulled out his gun just now. He had never encountered something like this since he started working in this line of work. Parker waved his hand and smiled at Silen. "My men are ignorant. Sorry for the offense." Parker knew that Silen's movements were too fast just now. He didn't give anyone the time to notice him at all, and no one could keep up with his movements either. Who is this guy? Since when did someone like this show up on my turf? Parker didn't want to probe too much before he figured out who this guy was. He didn't want to offend him. After all, this guy didn't have any intention of going against him. Even if he wanted to probe, now was not the time. With that in mind, Parker smiled and signaled the man who pulled out his gun to apologize. The man didn't hesitate. He humbled himself and retreated to the back after apologizing. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. He couldn't calm down for a while. "It's fine. You can continue," Silen said casually. Parker turned to Sha Ro when he saw Silen's reaction. He didn't know the relationship between this stranger and Sha Ro, so he put on a more sincere smile to avoid conflict. He said in a low voice, "You're the one who took care of the 3 people in the alley, aren't you? Although they don't have any insignias on them. I want to remind you that one of them is related to a small leader of Myriad Sea City. However, since they came to my territory to behave atrociously, it doesn't matter if they die." Sha Ro sighed in relief when she heard the latter half of Parker's words. The gang leaders of Myriad Ocean City and Fox and Wolfgang had been trying to recruit her into their gang, but she never agreed. She only made some deals with them in private. She was a part-time assassin, and she would receive a sum of money after taking care of the target. That was all. She didn't dare to get too involved with these 2 gangs, and she didn't dare to offend them. She was afraid that Parker would use those things to threaten her, but it seemed that Parker didn't mean that. She just couldn't figure out if Parker made this decision because of this stranger or something else. Be careful. Myriad Ocean City isn't very peaceful, and the planetary government is keeping a close eye on it. Be careful and don't do anything." "All right. Thank you for informing me, Boss Parker," Sha Ro said. Sha Ro was a little wary of Parker. "All right. I won't disturb you anymore." Parker straightened his cloak and left with his men. It was not until he reached the top floor that Parker felt a chill on his back. Unknowingly, his back was already drenched in sweat. If it wasn't for the cloak covering him, others would definitely be able to see that although Parker didn't show anything on his face, he was actually lacking in confidence. Parker quickly contacted someone. "Check this guy." Parker was about to send Silen's image over, but he found that all the images in the monitor were gone, and there was no image record of Silen. After Parker left, Sha Ro didn't bring Silen back to Sher Tang immediately. She needed to buy some medicine, and Sher Tang was running out of it. "Aren't you curious about my relationship with Fox Wolf?" Sha Ro asked. "A little, but there's no need to look into it." Sha Ro's behavior right now was very similar to Silen's when he was still a shadow hunter. If this were the League of Stars, Sha Ro would have been a good hunter, and she could have been recruited by some good hunter groups. Unfortunately, this was the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Sha Ro was getting more and more confused by the man in front of her. He was young, but he gave off a very strange feeling. He looked harmless, but he wasn't. Even someone as proud as Parker didn't dare to act rashly, so Sha Ro didn't dare to act rashly. "Forget it. As long as this man can help my big brother get good treatment, I'm willing to do anything." Sha Ro got off at a stop and walked to a pharmacy. The shop owner greeted her with a smile. "You're here to buy medicine again?" "Yeah, it's the same as last time." Sha Ro was a frequent customer, so the shop owner recognized her since a long time ago. However, When the shop owner saw Silin standing next to Xiaorou, he examined Silin from head to toe for a moment before losing interest. He summoned a service robot and ordered it to bring the medicine to him. After the transaction was done, Xiaorou carefully packed up the medicine, bid farewell to the shop owner, and left. "Can I see the medicine in your hand?" Silin suddenly asked after they were out of the pharmacy. Xiaorou thought for a moment and handed the medicine to him. There was no reason for him to make a fuss over medicine. The medicine wasn't worth much, and he didn't look like he was in need of money. Money shouldn't be a big deal to him. Silin opened the bottle and sniffed it. Something flashed across his eyes. Even Hui Mao, who was yawning on his shoulder, paused for a second. Hui Mao hadn't learned much after following Silin for so long, but Hui Mao was getting more and more familiar with the price of the medicine. The money Xiaorou gave the shop owner wasn't even enough to buy a bag of fish biscuits, but the medicine in the bottle was more than enough to buy 50 bags. The prices of goods in this area weren't cheap. Although the level of consumption wasn't as high as the center of the city, it wasn't too far off. Plus, the price of medicine shouldn't be too different. How could someone buy such good medicine with so little money? Silin took a sniff and knew what kind of medicine it was. He poured out a pill and closed the bottle. Then, he looked at the other bottles. He returned the medicine to Xiaorou and didn't say anything else. "Is something wrong?" Xiaorou asked. She wasn't sure. Her big brother always took these medicines, and they were very effective. If it weren't for them, her big brother wouldn't have survived until now. "Nothing. Is there anything else you need to do? If not, let's go to the Hall of Records," Silin said. Xiaorou didn't press the issue. "Let's go back. There's nothing else for now." Xiaorou was planning to sell the items they looted from the 3 people they killed today, but Parker told her that the situation was getting more and more tense. It was better to be safe than sorry. She decided to wait until the situation blew over. Then, she would find some time to exchange the items for money. While Xiaorou wasn't paying attention, Silin's finger moved on the communicator and gave the robot a new order. It looked like things weren't as simple as he thought. No wonder the Hall of Records could survive until now. There was someone else hiding in the dark. But who was this person? Xiaorou and the Hall of Records would never know. The person had done everything so discreetly that Xiaorou and the Hall of Records wouldn't notice anything amiss. He had no choice but to investigate on his own. At the exit of the city, Silin relived the strange gazes he received from the workers. The workers there didn't seem to like people who were leaving the city, especially those who took the train instead of driving their own flying cars. Their eyes were filled with contempt. Xiaorou snuck a peek at Silin. He wasn't affected by the stares. She was impressed. As expected, all-powerful people are able to keep their composure. Parker, for example, could put on a calm and collected face even when he was scared to death. Xiaorou believed that she was still lacking. She needed more practice. The condition of the train leaving the city was terrible. It was crowded, and the carriages were filled with all kinds of strange smells. People cursing and swearing could be seen everywhere. Most of them were mutants. Some were slaves who had been released to visit their families, and some were residents outside the city. Many of these people were good fighters. Even if they weren't, they would still have a huge advantage in other areas. They were very satisfied with their current lives. Even though they were slaves, as long as they were obedient, willing to work hard, and followed a good master, their living conditions were better than the average city resident. There was a mutant in the carriage that Silin and the others were in. He was showing off a gemstone that his master had given him. The people around him were green with greed. If it weren't for the fact that this person was hard to deal with, they would have gone up and robbed him already. Hui Mao glanced at the so-called gemstone that was no bigger than the pad of his foot. Then, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. "It's not even as attractive as half a bag of fish biscuits," he muttered to himself. The scenery after leaving the city was like entering an alternate dimension. The bustling skyscrapers disappeared like fleeting shadows. In their place was an area that looked like a wasteland. Some of the people in the carriages started roaring when they saw the residential area. Most of them were the slaves who hadn't left the city for several years. At every station, there would be someone getting off. Some of the mutants who could fly immediately spread their wings and roared as they leaped out of the carriage and flew downwards. They seemed to be very eager to get down. The closer they got to their destination, the more restless Xianxia became. She couldn't wait to check on her brother. Sillin, do you want me to take care of those little rats that are following us? Huimao whispered to Sillin. No need. Let them follow us. Fine. Huimao curled his paws unwillingly. His paws were itching again. Xianxia dashed out of the carriage as soon as they arrived at their destination. Sillin followed behind her. Tang was being watched, so he wasn't worried. The place where Tang and Xianxia lived wasn't small. In fact, in this remote area of ruins, every household occupied a lot of space. However, most of the land wasn't suitable for living. Most of the soil contained radioactive elements and some poisonous substances. If they wanted to stay, they had to deal with it themselves. The place where Tang and Xianxia lived was one that they had dealt with themselves. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the radioactive substances in less than half a year. It was a low building that covered an area of about 100 square meters. It didn't look very impressive, but those who knew the ropes could see a lot of clues. Although the materials used were very rough, the machinery assembled from those inferior materials wasn't as useless as it looked. When Sillin entered the house, Xianxia was giving Tang some medicine. The man who was taking the medicine was less than 20 years old, but he was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. His complexion was terrible, and most of his hair had fallen off. Only a few strands remained. His eyes were deeply sunken, and there were bloodstains under his nose that hadn't been wiped clean. Due to the worsening of his condition, his skin had darkened. Based on Xianxia's skin color, it wasn't Tang's original skin color. Xianxia told Tang about Sillin, but Tang didn't respond immediately. Although his complexion wasn't good, Sillin could see the stubbornness in his sunken eyes. If Sillin hadn't told him to take them away, Tang would have refused immediately. If they could leave, Xianxia wouldn't have to run around the city anymore. Sillin didn't rush her. He looked around the house and saw many old machines and electrical appliances. Most of them were probably abandoned and then picked up by Tang. Tang's health wasn't good, so he couldn't run around the city like Xianxia. Suddenly, Sillin's gaze fell upon an old, modified microcomputer. In reality, it couldn't really be considered a microcomputer. Its size was 5 to 6 times larger than a normal microcomputer, and the main reason for this was that it was modified later on. Tang's source of income used to be repairing old electrical appliances. Later, when Sillin's return appeared on the forum, Tang tried to answer some of the bounty questions. While he was enriching himself by observing the debates of the big shots in the industry, he also found a new way to make a living. There were many formulas written on a drawing board next to him. From these formulas, it was clear that Tang had a deep understanding of the field of computer science. Not only that, but he also had great computing power. Sillin felt the communicator on his wrist vibrate. He lowered his head and pressed a button. The robot sent him an encrypted message consisting of strings of characters. I want to ask, why did you choose me? Tang asked. He was not one of those inflexible researchers who did not care about worldly affairs. He could see many things very clearly. You have the potential. Sillin pointed at the second formula on the drawing board. The fact that you can use this formula means that you're halfway there. Tang paused. It's not that I'm paranoid, but I really can't believe that there are such good conditions. We've been living here for more than 10 years, but no one has ever cared about us. I've never received any formal education, not even a basic education. No one will accept someone like me. It was undeniable that the academic world placed too much emphasis on the education of its people. It was why many good seedlings were lost. This was one of the problems Sillin pointed out at San Colombo. Sillin waited for Tang to finish. He took out the pills he had poured out of the bottle earlier. Do you know what this is? Tang looked at Xianxia. She looked just as confused as he was. I don't know much about medicine. Xianxia has always been in charge of buying them. Every once in a while, Xianxia would go to the city to buy medicine. That was only one of her reasons for going to the city. Tang didn't know about her secret dealings with the Fox Wolf Gang and the people from Myriad Sea City. He had no idea that his little sister had taken more than 100 lives. Sillin understood. Xiaorou had told Sillin to keep a secret. Xiaorou fidgeted anxiously for fear that Sillin would spill the beans, but Sillin continued. Do you know the value of these drugs? Sillin pointed at the medicine bottles on the table. These medicines are worth enough to buy a good flying car. Thud. Shi Tang dropped the metal cup in his hand. He stared at Xiaorou in shock. Where do they get so much money? However, Xiaorou's reaction was similar to his. How can this be? Xiaorou murmured. What I'm trying to say is that someone has been watching you all this time. It's just that they don't want you to die. This medicine isn't bad, but it's enough to keep you alive. You should know how powerful the electromagnetic radiation and lasers in your research are. Plus, you don't have any protective measures. Xiaorou and Shi Tang both remembered that the medicine they bought 3 years ago was very effective. Since then, they have been taking the same medicine for the past 3 years. If that was the case, then the mastermind had been watching them for more than 3 years, and they hadn't noticed it at all. Xiaorou shot to her feet. Is it someone from the Fox Wolf gang? Or someone from Myriad Sea City? Why would they pay attention to my brother's research? Even Shi Tang, who didn't go out much, knew how ruthless the Fox Wolf gang and Myriad Sea City were. It would be very difficult for him to escape if he got involved with them. No wonder I was able to pick up those materials. Someone arranged for me to do so. Shi Tang buried his head in his hands. The reason he worked so hard to produce results was so that he could escape from this kind of environment and life. But in the end, he was told that he was under someone else's control. He was under the control of those who saw them as slaves. How could Shi Tang accept this? Moreover, those people were obviously paying attention, but they didn't provide a good research environment and conditions. This meant that they didn't really value it. It was more like a kind of charity. Seeing that you were pitiful and the research was not bad, they threw a few sweets to you. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Shi Tang didn't trust Sillin completely. In his eyes, Sillin was just as prejudiced as those slave masters. Hui Mao flicked its ears and yawned in boredom. Suddenly, it glanced at the broken microcomputer and said, Hey, sure something. I want to use your microcomputer. It's too boring. I'll play with it first. You guys talk. Shi Tang's mind was a mess right now, but he didn't care and didn't answer. Weiss took this as tacit consent, so it jumped down from Sillin's shoulder and bounced over to the table. Then, it crouched in front of Shi Tang's broken microcomputer and lifted its paw to enter the login page. With outsiders around, it didn't dare to let them know that it could control mechanical data without moving. It could only move its paws. Hui Mao was furious when he saw that it occupied the forum all year round. Meow. I've been away for a few days, and these guys are already causing a scene. Hui Mao squatted there and wagged its tail in annoyance. Shi Tang looked at Hui Mao. He was afraid that Hui Mao would break his only microcomputer. He was surprised when he saw the image on the screen. You're also browsing return? Shi Tang looked curiously at the gray cat crouching in front of the microcomputer and moving its claws in a practiced manner. He walked over to take a look, and the moment he did, he froze like a stone statue. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the image on the dim screen and the login name on the microcomputer. Hubie Liu. Shi Tang's voice trembled. He was filled with disbelief. Who didn't know the name Hubie Liu in the free debate area? Ever since the forum was founded, he had been active in the debate area, arguing with many famous people and making a few old pedants faint with his words. Many people guessed that he was from the RAS, and the people from the RAS all remained silent. If the RAS said no, then it would be another case of a private expert slapping them in the face. They wouldn't do such a thing that would damage their reputation, and because of this, many people tacitly agreed with this guess. But now, looking at the scene in front of him, Shi Tang felt as if he had been nailed by a hammer. Was this the legendary Hubie Liu? That mysterious person who was worshipped by countless people and had a support team every time he argued was actually a cat. Shi Tang's frozen face twisted again and again. Hui Mao, who was squatting in front of the crappy microcomputer, didn't notice Shi Tang's abnormality at all. He was busy arguing with a few people who were making a big fuss. The originally lively free debate area exploded because of Hui Mao's appearance. People who were hanging out in other sections rushed to the debate area like they were on steroids. Under such circumstances, Shi Tang had no choice but to believe the identity of the person in front of him. No, the cat in front of him. Shi Tang was quickly attracted by the content of the argument on the forum. A purely academic argument. This kind of atmosphere really made his adrenaline soar. Right now, he didn't care about the value pill or the person behind it. He was completely immersed in the debate on the forum. Meow, my God, this old guy is still so stubborn. His matrix equation was wrong to begin with. Silin, this old guy must be punished severely. This kind of person is a senior professor. He's just misleading the students. Hui Mao yelled as he used his fat paws to input the correct matrix equation. Silin? Silin. This name was definitely at the top of Shi Tang's dictionary. As soon as Hui Mao said it, Shi Tang immediately caught on to the two words. Which Silin? Shi Tang's twisted expression cracked. He spoke quickly and excitedly. The video of the lecture in the 23rd star sector was not uploaded, or was deleted as soon as it was uploaded. Even the forum did not have any videos or pictures of Silin. Therefore, many people in the industry had only heard of the name Silin, but had never seen him in person. However, the people who heard the entire lecture in the San Colombo Academic Hall would mention some of the content of the second half of the lecture when they browsed the forum. For many people, especially those young researchers who were suppressed at the bottom of society and had dreams that others thought were out of reach, Silin was a legend of the academic world. Shi Tang's breathing became more and more rapid. Before the return came into existence, Shi Tang had already heard of the name Silin. However, at the time, Silin's name was only circulated within a small circle in the industry. People in the virus research circle were more familiar with this name. However, as the content of the lecture spread, more and more people became aware of Silin's achievements. After that, the Return Forum was established, which set off a storm in the academic world. It could be said that Silin was the idol of countless young people. Even Xiao, who did not know much about the academic world, learned of this name under the influence of Shi Tang. She knew that this person was only a few years older than them. While Shi Tang was still immersed in his own excitement, Silin looked outside the door. Hurry up and come in. What are you looking around for? As soon as Silin's voice faded, a round mechanical head poked out from the gap of the door. It pushed the door open and walked in with an embarrassed expression. This is the first time we've met. I heard that visitors should bring gifts, so please accept this, Ayu said cautiously. Silin's face twitched. The so-called gift in Ayu's hand looked very familiar. You're tuning into the Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.